Welcome back. I'm really glad you're here. So today, we are traveling and going to this place called Yakushima, a small round island off the southern tip of Japan where it rains almost every day. The forest has been soaking in that water for so long that the moss covers everything. The stones, the roots, the bark, even the air feels green. If you like falling asleep to these stories, I'd love it if you left a comment and told me where you're listening from and what time it is there. I always love reading those. So wherever you've settled, just let your body sink into whatever's holding you right now. Let your shoulders drop and your jaw soften, and let your hands rest somewhere warm. You don't have to follow every word or remember any of it. Just let it wash over you. The gentle motion of the ferry carries you forward across the calm expanse of the open ocean, where the morning light catches the gentle ripples. The dark water stretches out in every direction as a smooth mirror that reflects the pale sky and the soft clouds floating far above the waves. You stand near the wooden railing and watch the smooth surface of the sea as it rolls past the steady bow of the slow white ship. A warm breeze washes over the open deck and brings the fresh scent of salt and the endless space of the ocean straight to your resting mind. The rhythmic hum of the engine far below the deck is a low and soothing sound that vibrates softly through the soles of your resting shoes. You feel the steady pulse of the moving vessel as a comforting heartbeat that lulls your thoughts into a quiet and peaceful rhythm of simple observation. The journey across the ocean is a quiet passage out of ordinary time and into a slower world where the water dictates the pace of the morning. The ocean breathes in a slow and steady rhythm that rocks the vessel with a comforting motion as the mainland falls away entirely into the morning mist. A few pale clouds drift lazily across the vast sky and cast long drifting shadows over the deep blue currents that flow endlessly toward the approaching island. You watch the sunlight dance on the moving water, where thousands of tiny silver flashes appear and vanish with the rising and falling of the gentle swells. The island of Yakushima rises from the dark blue water of the East China Sea as a single massive mountain of granite and ancient cedar that seems to create its own weather, even on the clearest days. You see it first as a silhouette against the horizon, where the clouds gather around the high peaks and the green of the forest begins close to the shore. The shape of the island slowly grows larger as the gentle ferry glides over the deep water and leaves a trail of white foam in its wake. You trace the long line of the mountains with your eyes and notice how the heavy mist clings to the highest ridges like a soft white crown. The air feels completely clean and open as you lean against the railing and let your gaze rest on the distant green shapes of the high valleys. There is no rush as the ferry steadily closes the distance, and the blurred lines of the distant island begin to resolve into vast forests and deep ravines. The ocean surface shifts from a dark navy blue to a lighter shade of turquoise as the water grows shallower near the submerged rocks of the coastline. You can see the gentle waves rolling toward the shore in long, smooth lines that catch the morning sunlight before they break against the distant dark stones. The high peaks of the island remain wrapped in a soft white blanket of clouds that hide the highest summits from the view of the approaching travelers. The ferry glides onward through the quiet water, while the shadows of the clouds drift slowly across the heavily forested slopes of the ancient granite mountains. A profound sense of peace settles over the open deck, as the endless horizon gives way to the solid and reassuring presence of the green island ahead. The steady sea breeze hums a low song in the metal rigging of the ship, while the water continues to flow smoothly past the painted white hull. The mountains look like a green wall rising straight into the sky, and the trees are packed so tightly together that you cannot see the ground between their interlaced branches. You study the endless variations of green that paint the steep mountain slopes and run all the way down to the quiet edges of the sheltered coves. The massive scale of the ancient forest becomes clear as the ferry draws nearer, and the individual shapes of the tallest trees begin to emerge from the canopy. As the ferry moves closer to the small harbor, you can feel the air change from the salt spray of the ocean to something heavier and sweeter that carries the scent of damp earth and crushed leaves. The scent is a rich perfume that speaks of deep shade and ancient soil, and it washes over the open deck in a slow and continuous wave. You notice a few white seabirds gliding silently above the water as they follow the warm currents of air that rise from the sheltered coastal bays. The birds circle the ferry with graceful sweeps of their long wings, and they make no sound as they bank and turn against the backdrop of the forest. The other passengers on the open deck grow quiet as the sheer scale of the island becomes clear, and the presence of the ancient woods demands a respectful silence. You feel the subtle shift in the atmosphere as the raw energy of the open ocean is replaced by the grounded stillness of the massive stone mountains. The dark water near the coast is calm and sheltered from the offshore winds, so the ferry slides forward with almost no resistance against the glassy surface. You watch the dense green canopy spilling down the steep slopes until it almost touches the silver water of the quiet bays and hidden rocky inlets. The scent of the forest grows stronger with every passing minute as the wind carries the rich breath of moss and damp bark out over the waves. The sound of the ferry engine drops to a low and sleepy rumble as the captain reduces speed for the final approach to the island harbor. The water around the ship is perfectly clear, and you can see deep into the turquoise depths where the light filters down through the gentle coastal currents. The silence of the passengers deepens as everyone simply watches the green mountains drawing closer and feeling the gentle pull of the forest reaching out to them. You breathe in the sweet air and let your shoulders drop as the tension of the long journey dissolves into the calm anticipation of the arrival. The ferry drifts smoothly toward the concrete wharf, where thick mooring lines lie coiled and waiting in the morning sun beside the calm water of the harbor. Small fishing boats bob gently at their moorings with their white painted hulls, reflecting the bright light that bounces off the rippling surface of the sheltered bay. You hear the soft splash of the thick ropes hitting the water as the deckhands secure the ship to the heavy iron cleats on the quiet dock. The engines finally fall silent and leave only the sound of the water lapping gently against the stone walls and the wooden pilings of the old pier. The wooden ramp is lowered with a gentle thud, and you join the slow line of quiet travelers making their way down to the solid ground. Your footsteps land softly on the harbor pavement, and you immediately feel the radiant warmth of the island rising from the sunlit stones beneath your walking feet. The air here in the harbor is a perfect blending of the salty ocean breeze and the rich, organic breath of the immense forest towering right above. You walk slowly away from the wharf and notice how the gentle sway of the ferry ride still lingers as a soft phantom motion in your relaxed muscles. The harbor town is sleepy and quiet, with only a few locals moving gracefully around the small shops and the simple wooden houses near the water. You take a deep breath and let the unique fragrance of Yakushima fill your lungs while you orient yourself toward the narrow road leading out of town. The morning sun is a comforting warmth on your face as you pass the last of the small fishing nets drying slowly over the wooden harbor railings. The sound of the water lapping against the stone walls of the docks is a gentle rhythm that matches the slow and easy pace of your heartbeat. You feel entirely unhurried as you leave the small port behind and begin your walk along the edge of the island where the land meets the sea. The transition from the floating vessel to the grounded earth brings a deep sense of rootedness that anchors your wandering mind in the beauty of the present moment. You notice a small cat sleeping in a patch of sunlight near a low stone wall, and it does not even open its eyes as you pass by. The quiet atmosphere of the harbor is an invitation to slow down and match your movements to the unhurried life of this remote and ancient place. You trace the weathered lines of the wooden fences that line the street and see how the salty air has painted them a soft shade of silver. The sleepy energy of the port town follows you as you step onto the paved path that traces the dramatic curve of the beautiful coastline. Along the narrow coastal road, the hibiscus flowers are bright red against the deep emerald leaves, and the palm trees lean out over the rocky shore where the white waves break against the dark stones. The road curves gently along the edge of the water and offers sweeping views of the ocean stretching out to meet the pale blue of the distant sky. You walk at a leisurely pace while listening to the soothing wash of the surf rolling over the smooth, round pebbles on the beaches far below the road. Small villages dot the coastline with their traditional curved tile roofs that glint beautifully in the soft light of the mid-morning sun as you wander slowly past. Down by the shore, the air is thick with the scent of salt, and the sound of the cicadas is a loud and rhythmic pulsing that fills the space between the forest edge. The humidity is a warm and physical presence that settles over your skin like a soft weight, while the sound of the ocean remains a steady rhythm that follows you inland. The vegetation on the inland side of the road begins to thicken and rise as the green vines climb over the retaining walls and reach toward the light. You notice the broad leaves of the coastal plants swaying softly in the ocean breeze and casting intricate shifting shadows across the dark asphalt of the quiet road. The coastal walk is a slow transition from the open sky and bright water to the dense and shaded mysteries of the old forest waiting just ahead. You pass a small wooden shrine tucked into a hollow in the rock wall where someone has left a tiny offering of fresh flowers from the roadside. The sea continues to murmur its endless song as the waves wash against the ancient granite boulders that have guarded this shoreline for thousands of years. You feel the sun warming your back, while the cool shadows of the leaning palm trees provide brief moments of shade as you follow the winding path. The ocean breeze carries the faint mist from the breaking waves and leaves a delicate sheen of moisture on the smooth, dark leaves of the roadside bushes. You stop for a moment to watch a lone fishing boat moving slowly across the distant water and leaving a long white trail on the blue surface. The quiet rhythm of your walking feet blends with the sound of the ocean and the humming cicadas to create a peaceful music for your morning journey. The coastal road is entirely empty of traffic, and you have the beautiful scenery all to yourself as you continue your slow progression along the rocky edge. The thick green foliage on your left seems to be breathing with you as the gentle wind rustles through the countless layers of stems and broad leaves. You run your hand lightly over the smooth leaves of a low plant and feel the lingering warmth of the sun stored safely within the green fibers. The light shifts playfully through the swaying fronds of the palm trees and paints dancing patterns of bright gold and deep shadow across the quiet walking path. You listen to the hollow sound of the surf retreating through the loose stones on the beach and pulling the water back into the deep ocean. The air smells of crushed flowers and warm stone as you follow the gentle curve of the land away from the last sleepy coastal village. We leave the salt air behind and start the slow climb toward the interior of the island, where the road winds between small houses and gardens that are already being swallowed by the reaching vines. The path turns deliberately away from the bright ocean and guides you toward the imposing green mountains that form the massive heart of this wild and ancient place. You feel the incline of the ground beneath your boots as the coastal flatlands surrender to the rising slopes of the great granite dome hidden under the trees. The road begins to climb more steeply now, and the view behind us opens up to show the blue expanse of the sea stretching away toward the horizon, where the water finally meets. The light begins to soften as we move under the first heavy canopy of the lower forest, and the temperature drops just enough for you to notice the cool breath of the mountains. You walk into the welcoming shade and immediately feel the shift in the atmosphere as the bright glare of the coast is replaced by a soothing emerald twilight. The thick branches stretch out over the narrow lane and filter the harsh sunlight into 1,000 gentle beams that illuminate the dust motes dancing in the air. There is water everywhere on this island, and you can hear it before you see it as 100 small streams find their way down the granite slopes and join together into fast rivers. You trace the sound of the water to a narrow channel running beside the road, where a clear stream tumbles cheerfully over a bed of smooth, gray stones. The sound of the running water is a constant companion that shifts from a low murmur in the distance to a bright splashing nearby as we cross a small bridge made of weathered wood. You pause on the wooden planks of the old bridge and look down into the crystalline water that flows so clearly you can see every pebble on the bottom. The cool air rising from the rushing stream is a refreshing balm on your warm skin as you stand and watch the endless flow of the mountain water. You lean against the wooden railing and listen to the complex melody of the stream as it weaves through the rocks and slips quietly under the shaded banks. The water brings a new layer of sound to the forest that completely replaces the distant rhythm of the ocean with the lively music of the high mountains. You continue your ascent and notice how the houses become fewer and further between, until there is nothing remaining except the narrow trail and the towering green walls. The sky disappears as the branches of the younger cedars and the broad leaves of the evergreen oaks weave together overhead and create a world that is green and quiet and perfectly still. You feel a profound sense of isolation and peace as the last sounds of the ocean fade away, and the deep silence of the ancient woods takes over completely. The air inside the lower forest is rich with the smell of wet earth and decaying wood that provides life to 1,000,000 new shoots rising from the soil. You breathe deeply and let the earthy fragrance settle into your lungs, while the tranquil atmosphere of the woods begins to slow your thoughts to a peaceful crawl. This is the edge of the world where the moss begins its slow takeover of everything, and you see it first on the roots and the tops of the boulders along the path. The moss is a deep and vibrant green that seems to glow in the filtered light, and it feels soft and springy under your hand as you reach out to touch the surface. You marvel at the intricate patterns of the miniature green forests growing on the damp rocks and the fallen logs that line the edges of the quiet trail. The island is nearly a perfect circle, and some people say it rains 35 days a month because the mountains are so high that they catch every passing cloud and hold it. This abundance of water is the secret of the moss that covers every available surface in a thick velvet blanket of life that never seems to dry out entirely. There is a particular weight to the air here that makes every sound feel intimate and close, and you find yourself walking more quietly, as if the forest is listening to your footsteps. You step softly on the damp earth and notice how the dense moss absorbs the noise of your passing and creates an acoustic dampening that heightens your inner calm. The green twilight is mesmerizing as you wander deeper into the woods, and let your eyes adjust to the subtle variations of color in the endless sea of leaves. We pass through small groves of banyan trees with their many hanging roots that look like wooden waterfalls frozen in midair as they reach down to find a hold in the soil. The strange and beautiful shapes of the banyan roots create natural archways over the path, and you duck your head slightly as you pass beneath their ancient wooden embraces. You feel like a guest in a massive living cathedral where the columns are made of living wood, and the stained glass is woven from millions of translucent green leaves. The hanging roots brush lightly against your shoulders as you navigate the narrow passages between the massive trunks and the sprawling limbs of the quiet banyan groves. Even when the sun is shining on the coast, the interior peaks are often hidden in a thick white mist that spills down the ravines and settles in the hollows of the trees. You watch a thin wisp of this cool fog drifting slowly through the lower branches ahead of you and dissolving into nothing as it meets the warmer air of the trail. The moisture on the leaves gathers into heavy drops that fall with a soft, tapping sound onto the broad ferns growing in the deep shade near the ancient roots. You stop to inspect a single drop of water resting on a mossy stone, and you see the entire green forest reflected perfectly in its tiny curved surface. The path underfoot changes from the hard surface of the road to a soft trail of needles and damp earth that cushions your steps and makes the walk feel like a slow meditation. Let's go slowly as we step deeper into the shade where the forest floor is a complex map of exposed roots and smooth stones that have been washed clean by the rain. You find a steady rhythm in your walking as your boots find the spaces between the roots, and your mind falls into a deep and tranquil state of wandering rest. The dense canopy absorbs all the harshness of the outside world and leaves only the gentle sounds of water and wind moving through the endless branches high above your head. You notice a tiny green sprout pushing its way through the fallen brown needles on the path and reaching toward the scattered fragments of light falling from the canopy. The air is so still that you can hear the faint rustling of a single leaf detaching from a high branch and floating lazily down to rest on the mossy floor. The trail begins to level out for a while as it follows the natural contours of the mountain and leads you deeper into the ancient heart of the sacred woods. The first true cedars appear as we reach the higher elevations, and they stand like tall sentinels with their reddish bark, deeply ridged and covered in silver lichen that catches the pale light. You tilt your head back to look up at the massive trunks that rise straight and true toward the unseen sky, far above the dense canopy of the lower forest. These trees are already older than anything you might find in a city, and their presence brings a sense of calm that settles over the path as we leave the world behind. You reach out and rest your hand flat against the rough bark of a cedar, and you can almost feel the slow pulse of the ancient sap rising from the deep earth. The texture of the wood is rough and weathered by centuries of rain and wind, and yet it feels wonderfully alive and warm beneath your resting palm. Every breath you take is cool and clean and tastes of the mountain air that has been filtered through 1,000 layers of green leaves and moving water before it reaches the shade. You close your eyes for a long moment and let the deep silence of the cedar grove wash over your tired mind and soothe away the last traces of your distant worries. The trail winds gracefully between the massive trunks and guides you deeper into the heart of the island, where time moves at the slow and steady pace of the growing trees. You open your eyes and watch a single golden ray of light pierce the canopy and illuminate a patch of bright green moss growing softly on a fallen cedar branch. The forest breathes in and out with a quiet rhythm that matches the rising and falling of your own chest as you stand still and absorb the magic of the ancient woods. You step carefully over a large root that crosses the trail and admire the silver lichen that clings to the ancient bark like a delicate layer of fine lace. The air grows even cooler as you ascend further into the shadows where the massive trees block out the warmth of the sun and preserve the chill of the morning mist. You hear the distant call of a mountain bird echoing softly through the deep ravines and blending with the endless murmur of the hidden streams flowing down the rocky slopes. The soft needles on the forest floor compress gently under your weight and provide a silent passage through the magnificent cathedral of the ancient and towering cedar trees. You notice the complex smell of the cedar, wood mixing perfectly with the scent of the damp earth, and the fresh rain that still lingers on the delicate ferns. The vastness of the forest creates a comforting embrace that holds you safely within its green borders and allows you to let go of all your waking thoughts entirely. You watch a small cluster of mist gather in the hollow of an old tree and swirl slowly in the gentle currents of air that move through the quiet grove. The feeling of walking here is less like moving through a landscape and more like drifting smoothly through a peaceful dream where the trees themselves are the sleeping guardians. You find a smooth, flat stone near the edge of the trail and pause to sit and rest your legs while listening to the slow breathing of the surrounding woods. The cool stone is grounding and solid beneath you as you let your muscles relax and allow the profound stillness of the mountain to enter your weary body. The shadows deepen slightly as the sun continues its invisible arc across the sky, far above the dense and unbroken canopy of the ancient forest ceiling. You feel a deep wave of relaxation wash through your shoulders and down your spine as you simply sit and exist within the timeless space of the beautiful island. The water rushing in the distance is a continuous lullaby that hums beneath the silence of the trees and gently rocks your mind toward a state of complete and utter rest. You take one final slow breath of the sweet cedar air and let your eyes drift shut while the magic of the mountain holds you safely in its ancient green arms. The journey into the forest has just begun, and the peaceful path stretches out ahead as a quiet invitation to wander further into the comforting shadows of the deep woods. The ancient trees stand watch over your quiet rest, and their immense presence provides a reassuring blanket of safety that covers the entire mountain in a protective and living shadow. You imagine the slow growth of the deep roots reaching endlessly into the dark soil and finding strength in the hidden foundations of the massive granite island beneath you. The gentle sound of the wind moving through the high branches is a soft, rushing noise that resembles the ocean you left behind at the bright edge of the land. You feel the rhythm of the island seeping into your tired bones and dissolving the heavy weight of the journey into the soft and welcoming earth of the forest floor. The cool mist touches your cheeks like a gentle hand and wipes away the lingering warmth of the day while preparing your body for the deep rest that is coming. You rest entirely within the present moment and allow the slow passage of time to wash over you, like the clear water tumbling over the smooth stones of the mountain streams. The green world around you fades into a soft blur behind your closed eyelids, as the soothing sounds of the forest merge into a single continuous wave of deep peace. The arrival is complete, and you are finally here in the heart of the ancient woods where nothing is required of you, except to breathe and to rest in the quiet. We followed the winding trail as the gentle sound of flowing water drifted through the dense trees and wrapped around us like a familiar and comforting old mountain song. You listened to the rhythmic splashing as the path sloped downward toward the deep hidden valley, where the smooth stones gathered beneath the shadows of the ancient forest canopy. We come to the first large river, crossing where the water flows over massive boulders of pale granite that have been smoothed into round and flowing shapes by the force of the floods. You watched the shallow ripples moving steadily over the flat, wet stones, while the pale morning light filtered down through the swaying branches and painted the quiet forest floor. The water here is so clear that you can see every small stone and grain of sand on the bottom, and it has a slight amber tint from the tannin of the needles. We noticed the fallen leaves drifting past the mossy banks as the gentle river current carried them softly along the quiet edges where the long roots reached slowly down. You can see the small fish moving in the quiet pools where the current slows down and the surface of the water reflects the green of the trees above like a mirror. They swiftly darted through the dim shadows, while the cool mountain breeze moved across the river and brought the rich scent of damp earth and slow-growing green ferns. The air near the river is even cooler and carries the fine mist of the splashing water that settles on your face and hands as a reminder of the island's cycle of rain. You inhaled the fresh breath of the misty mountain as the rushing water washed away the lingering thoughts of the distant world and left only the quiet, peaceful present. We crossed the smooth stones carefully as the trail curved back into the deep woods where the towering trunks stood close together and blocked out the bright open sky. You watched the dark green foliage close around us, while the sound of the river slowly faded into a soft whisper behind the thick barrier of the dense forest walls. You listened to the distant water cascading over the smooth granite ledges, as the steady white noise provided a deeply comforting background hum for the very quiet sleeping forest tonight. We noticed the pale moonlight reflecting on the slow-moving stream, while the dark silver ripples danced beautifully across the flat, sandy bottom of the deep and perfectly clear pool. You watched the heavy mist creeping along the mossy banks as the dense, humid air settled into the hollows and completely hid the twisting roots of the grand old trees. We followed the faint path beside the water where the soft mud preserved the very delicate tracks of small creatures moving silently through the woods during the early morning hours. You listened to the tiny splashing sounds as a single small fish darted quickly across the shallow rocks and vanished entirely into the dark sanctuary of the deep shaded water. We noticed the bright green lichen forming soft, circular patterns on the wet bark, as the endless rain nourished every tiny spore hidden within the ancient, deeply textured forest skin. Further up the trail, we see the first of the ghost trees, which are the silver skeletons of ancient cedars that died long ago, but still stand tall and white against the green. We stopped to observe the stark, pale wood as the rising mist swirled around the bare, twisting branches and gave the old hollow trunks a quiet and deeply haunting beauty. Their wood is so dense and full of resin that they do not rot for centuries, and they remain as elegant shapes that reach toward the mist with their smooth and weathered branches. You watched a massive ghost tree reaching its pale arms toward the cloudy sky, while the gray clouds slowly drifted past the sharp, jagged tips of the dead wooden skeleton. We followed the trail around the base of the white trunk as the rough, weathered wood felt incredibly solid and unyielding against the gentle touch of your very curious hand. You listened to the wind whistling faintly through the hollow sections of the old tree, where the heartwood had completely vanished and left a beautiful empty column of pale timber. You noticed how the bright emerald moss crawled slowly up the white base of the dead trees, while the living forest embraced the ancient remains with a very soft touch. We followed the winding path deeper into the shadowy grove, where the air grew even heavier, and the vibrant green color seemed to swallow the quiet world around us completely. The moss here is not just a carpet on the ground, but a living skin that covers everything in sight, from the trunks of the living trees to the stones of the trail. You watched the small drops of water rolling gently down the fuzzy green leaves, as the entire woodland seemed to breathe with a steady and incredibly slow, living, natural rhythm. We noticed the velvet moss growing remarkably thick along the northern side of the stone trail, as the deep shadows provided a perfect cool refuge for the tiny green leaves. There are dozens of different kinds of moss here, and some are short and velvet, while others are long and feathery. And they all drink the moisture from the air and hold it. We paused beside a massive boulder where the green growth formed thick, damp cushions, and invited you to rest your hand against the cool and deeply comforting, soft, velvety surface. You noticed a single yellow leaf falling gently from the high canopy as it drifted slowly toward the quiet forest floor. You watched the morning dew clinging fiercely to the feathery moss strands, while the pale light caused the entire forest floor to shimmer like a vast ocean of sparkling diamonds. When you look closely at a patch of moss, you can see a tiny world of miniature forests and valleys where the raindrops hang like glass beads and catch the light from above. You noticed a single clear droplet falling from a high fern, while a passing breeze rustled the broad leaves and sent a gentle shiver through the entire vast lower canopy. It is easy to lose track of time when you are watching the way the light shifts across the green floor, and the shadows drift over the roots as the clouds pass over. We followed the winding green carpet deeper into the silent mountain folds, as the dense vegetation completely covered the rough terrain and created a remarkably smooth and flawless walking path. You listened to the soft squish of your boots pressing into the damp moss, while the thick, spongy ground cover perfectly absorbed the impact of every slow and deliberate step. We walked forward slowly as the mist wrapped around the towering tree trunks and transformed the dense surrounding woodland into an endless and beautiful calm ocean of floating green shapes. The sounds of the coast have faded away entirely now, and the only thing we can hear is the soft murmur of the wind in the high branches and the music of water. You listened to the subtle rustling sounds above, while the leaves rubbed together and created a soothing white noise that washed over you like a warm and gentle, invisible wave. We noticed the complete lack of harsh sounds in the deep woods, where the incredibly thick canopy muffled the rustling wind and trapped the quiet peace of the sleepy mountain. There are few birds in this deep part of the forest because the trees are so thick, and the silence is a heavy and comfortable blanket that makes you feel very far. We noticed the complete absence of human voices, where the ancient mossy pillars absorbed every loose echo and left the mountain hollows filled with absolute and perfectly calm, quiet peace. Every now and then, you might hear the distant call of a deer or the rustle of a macaque in the undergrowth, but mostly the forest is a place of deep stillness. You watched a tiny spider spinning a delicate web between two giant roots as the thin silk threads caught the sparse light and shimmered like silver strings in the wind. You find yourself matching your breathing to the rhythm of the woods, and your steps become a part of the quiet pulse of the mountain as we continue our slow journey upward. We followed the steep, curving trail higher while the air turned noticeably cooler and carried the fragrant aroma of wet bark and rich, fertile dirt deep into your resting lungs. You watched a tiny droplet fall silently from a high branch and land perfectly on a wide green leaf, while the impact sent a tiny ripple across the glossy surface. The island itself is like a living creature that breathes through the clouds and the mist, and you can feel the energy of the ancient granite beneath your feet as you walk. You listen to your boots, stepping evenly upon the hard, exposed roots, where the massive trees gripped the pale gray stone with an incredibly strong and completely unbreakable tight hold. This rock was pushed up from the bottom of the sea millions of years ago, and it has been standing here ever since, while the wind and the rain carved the slopes. We noticed the deep grooves worn into the massive boulders as the relentless flow of historical storms slowly polished the hard surfaces until they looked like sleeping, smooth, gray giants. We followed the narrow trail past a grove of towering cedars as the massive trunks stood completely motionless in the misty air and guarded the ancient secrets of the island. As we move higher, the air grows thinner, and the light takes on a pale and silvery quality that makes the green of the moss look even more intense against the stone. You watched the silvery mist rolling gently over the rocky ridges, while the shadowy valleys below slowly filled with a thick, milk-colored fog that swallowed the distant tall trees. You listened to a distant branch snapping softly in the woods, while the small noise echoed faintly through the mist and then vanished back into the deep and beautiful silence. We stop for a moment to rest on a large flat rock that overlooks a valley where the trees stretch out like a sea of green waves that ripple in the breeze. You listen to the sweeping wind brushing over the high mountain canopy as the endless leafy branches swayed in complete harmony and created a soft, mesmerizing, and tranquil, endless motion. We noticed a slow-moving shadow passing across the forest floor as a large cloud drifted directly overhead and temporarily blocked the warm amber rays of the soft evening sun. From here, you can see the layer of clouds that often hangs halfway up the mountain, and it looks like a soft and white floor that separates the world from the heights. We watched the fluffy white vapors slowly parting and revealing glimpses of the deep emerald ravines, where the winding river cut deeply through the ancient stone of the quiet island. You watched the dark granite slowly emerging from beneath the thick green moss, while the hard stone revealed the incredible ancient foundation of the beautiful and deeply mysterious mountain range. There is no hurry to reach the top because the journey itself is the reason we are here. And every step reveals another small wonder of the forest that has been growing. You noticed a tiny yellow flower blooming bravely from a crack in the gray stone, while the surrounding moss provided a soft green bed for the perfectly smooth, delicate petals. We followed the rocky ridge higher, as the enormous gray slabs formed a natural staircase, climbing upward into the thick silver fog, enveloping the majestic peak of the silent island. You listened to the cool wind carving its way around the massive boulders, while the exposed rock faces stood completely immovable against the steady force of the flowing high air. We noticed the delicate white quartz veins running through the pale granite, as the smooth lines created beautiful and incredibly detailed natural patterns across the entirely bare ancient stone walls. You watched the distant ocean shimmering faintly through a gap in the trees, while the vast expanse of blue water completely surrounded the quiet sanctuary of the rising mountain slopes. We sat resting on the wide, flat stone as the gentle sunlight warmed the solid surface and provided a deeply comforting place to simply pause and breathe the crisp air. You listened to the distant roar of a hidden waterfall echoing up the deep valley, while the sound blended perfectly with the steady rustling of the endless green leaves everywhere. We noticed the small birds flitting silently between the lower branches, as they searched for tiny insects hiding within the thick protective layers of the incredibly lush green forest moss. We enter a section of the forest where the moss covers every single inch of the ground, and the trees, and even the air itself, seems to be tinted with green. We walked into the lush corridor as the soft, earthy scent wrapped thickly around us, and the hanging vines brushed lightly against your shoulders like long, welcoming green forest fingers. The humidity here is so high that the trees do not only drink through their roots, but also through the lichen and the ferns that grow along their massive and ancient limbs. You watched the intricate webs of trailing moss hanging from the upper branches, while the fine floating mist slowly collected on the fragile green strands and fell in slow drops. You can see the delicate shapes of the ferns as they uncurl their fronds in the shade, and they look like small and intricate carvings of green bone along the rocky trail. We noticed the deep velvet textures of the ground cover as the fading daylight illuminated the small curving leaves and cast tiny sharp shadows across the sleeping dark forest stones. You watched a tiny green caterpillar inching its way along a wide fern frond, while the delicate creature moved with a beautifully slow and completely unhurried, steady climbing graceful rhythm. The path winds around a massive cedar that has fallen and become a bridge for the smaller plants to grow. And it is a reminder that in this forest, nothing is lost. You observed the fresh saplings reaching upward from the decaying log, while the old wood slowly returned to the earth and fed the eager new roots of the next generation. Everything is part of a slow and circular dance that has been happening since before the first human ever set foot on these shores, and the forest knows how to take care. We followed the smooth grooves along the hollow trunk as the thick moss softened every sharp broken edge and painted the entire fallen giant in completely vibrant shades of green. We followed the twisting vines climbing up the towering trunk as the thick, woody ropes wrapped tightly around the ancient cedar and reached upward toward the pale silver canopy light. You listened to the soft crumbling sound of dry bark falling away from a dead branch, as the fragile pieces tumbled completely down and joined the soft forest floor below. We noticed the small pale mushrooms sprouting from a decaying log, while their incredibly delicate round caps glowed softly against the dark and deeply rich brown color of rotting wood. We find a small spring where the water bubbles up from between the roots of an old tree, and it tastes cold and sweet as if it has been stored deep. You listened to the delicate trickling sound as the pure liquid flowed over the smooth, pale stones and created a tiny, quiet pool surrounded by the soft, drooping green ferns. You watched the clear spring water pooling gently in a small stone basin, as the perfectly pure liquid reflected the surrounding green ferns like a beautifully flawless natural glass mirror. We dipped our hands into the icy spring as the chilling water instantly refreshed our skin and washed away the heavy warmth of the long upward climb through the woods. You listened to the gentle trickling as the overflow from the small spring found its way down the slope and nourished the eager roots of the waiting young saplings nearby. We noticed a beautiful butterfly resting perfectly still on a damp moss patch, while its bright blue wings slowly opened and closed in a totally silent and wonderfully soothing rhythm. The scent of the cedar is a deep and spicy perfume that fills the air, and it smells like ancient wood and damp earth and the sweet sap of 1,000 years. We noticed the subtle aroma drifting from the broken bark, while the cool mountain air carried the fragrant notes deeply into the silent shadows of the towering and vast woods. We might see a Yakushima deer with its small and delicate frame moving through the trees as a silent shadow that watches us with large and dark eyes before it disappears again. You watched the gentle creature stepping softly over the mossy roots, while its brown coat blended perfectly with the dim background and made it seem like a wonderful floating spirit. The macaques are more bold, and you can sometimes hear them calling to each other in the canopy, where they move with a grace that makes the steep mountains look like level ground. We listened to the rustling leaves high above us as the nimble animals leaped effortlessly between the sturdy branches and vanished completely into the thick green crown of the forest. This island was once a source of timber for the great temples of Japan, and you can still see the massive stumps of the trees that were felled in the Edo period. You noticed the vast circular bases resting quietly in the shadows, while the thick layers of emerald moss concealed the old jagged cuts and softened the harsh shapes completely away. Those stumps have become their own small ecosystems, where new life grows from the old wood, and the moss covers the scars until they look like natural parts of the forest floor. We watched the tiny ferns sprouting from the center of the ancient wood, as the fallen pine needles created a rich, dark soil for the new, incredibly delicate sleeping seeds. The granite beneath us is the bones of the island, and it feels solid and eternal as we walk along the ridges where the wind has blown for millions of years. You noticed the faint white veins running through the smooth gray rocks, while the heavy fog drifted slowly across the silent pathway and brought a wonderful cooling touch of moisture. You can feel the history of the earth in every step, and the forest is a living library of everything that has happened since the first seed found a home in the rock. We followed the stone path further as the steep slope gradually leveled out into a soft, wide space where the towering cedar trees stood like quiet guards in fading light. We find a small clearing where the ground is flat and the moss is thick, and it is the perfect place to stop and listen to the quiet heart of the world. You listen to the absolute silence wrapping around the peaceful, empty glade, while the gentle evening breeze finally stopped entirely and allowed the heavy mountain air to rest perfectly still. The sun begins to sink lower in the sky, and the light becomes even more diffuse and golden as it filters through the thick canopy and creates long and soft shadows below. We watched the warm amber glow creeping slowly up the textured bark as the fading beams painted the high foliage in deeply beautiful shades of dark, sleepy orange and brown. You watched the dark shadows growing longer across the forest floor as the sinking sun painted the very distant sky in soft, fading shades of deep purple and warm orange. We are now deep within the heart of the island, and the world outside feels like a dream that happened to someone else a very long time ago in a distant place. You noticed how the deep isolation brought a profound sense of total calm, while the steady rhythm of your breathing matched the slow and ancient pulse of the grand forest. We followed the dimming path toward a small, flat clearing as the twilight slowly swallowed the dense woods and created a completely peaceful haven hidden deeply within the ancient mountain. There is only the green and the gray and the sound of the water, and the feeling of the cool and damp air against your skin as we prepare to settle. We felt the cool dampness sinking into the soft earth, while the ancient magic of the woods surrounded us entirely. We sat together on a wide, mossy rock as the velvet darkness began to rise from the valleys and quietly erased the complex, distant details of the long, rocky trail. You listened to the gentle sigh of the wind slowly dying down as the evening calm completely enveloped the tall trees and brought an endless quiet to the entire island. The forest is beginning to grow quiet as the day ends, and the shadows stretch out to cover the path, while the first stars begin to appear in the small gaps. You watched the pale silver dots flickering softly in the deep indigo sky above, while the dense canopy framed the vast heavens like a beautiful dark and living wooden window. We noticed the crisp evening air chilling our skin while we finally rested our weary legs and completely surrendered to the overwhelming tranquility of the deep and truly silent woods. We will stay here for a while and listen to the sounds of the mountain as it prepares for the rain, and let the quiet weight of the woods settle. We closed our eyes as the tranquil energy of the island washed over our tired bodies and replaced every lingering tension with a perfectly smooth and deeply comforting heavy calm. You watched the darkness settling comfortably over the mossy stones as the entire world seemed to close its eyes and prepare for a very long and incredibly peaceful night rest. Tomorrow, we will continue the climb toward the oldest trees. But for now, it is enough to be here and to feel the pulse of the island beneath the moss and the stone. We sat extremely still while the forest fully embraced the blackness and allowed the pure, soothing sounds of the distant mountain stream to wash over us in the dark night. You listened to your own calm heartbeat slowing down as the peaceful isolation completely severed every single tie to the extremely busy and noisy modern world far below the mountain. We closed our eyes once more as the deep sleepiness completely claimed our bodies and left us resting happily within the comforting embrace of the deeply beautiful and quiet woods. The path led us away from the flat clearing and down toward the sound of moving water, where the Shiratani Unsui Kaio ravine opened its green arms to welcome us into the deepest part of the lower forest. We drift along the worn trail as the shadows lengthen and the emerald canopy begins to close above our heads in a soft and welcoming embrace. The gentle slope carries us downward into the lush valley where the air feels heavier, and the sweet fragrance of the damp earth rises to meet us. We could hear the river before we saw it, because the sound of water falling over granite stones was the constant heartbeat of the island, and it filled the cool air with a humid and ancient music. The melody of the moving stream floats through the silent woods, and it wraps around the thick trunks of the ancient trees like a familiar and comforting song. We breathe in the mist that drifts up from the valley floor, while the leaves above us sway in a slow and continuous rhythm against the sky. A soft wind whispers through the branches as we follow the winding route deeper into the quiet shelter of the woodland, where the light becomes a hazy green. The ferns brush against our legs with a tender touch, and the forest floor feels like a thick carpet that has been woven over thousands of peaceful years. We walk with slow and measured steps as the energy of the mountain sinks into our tired muscles, and the calm spirit of the ravine begins to settle within us. The water calls to us from the hidden depths, and its gentle voice promises a place of rest where the mind can finally release its heavy burdens. As we glide further down the trail, the colors of the forest shift into darker shades of jade, and the world behind us slowly fades into a distant memory. The cool breeze carries the distant spray of the waterfalls, and it leaves a fine dew on our skin, which feels as refreshing as a morning rain. The stones under our feet were covered in a layer of moss so thick and springy that every step felt cushioned and silent, as if the earth itself was trying to keep our secret safe. We drift into the sanctuary of the ravine, where the emerald glow of the undergrowth illuminates the path in a soft and magical light. The gentle moss wraps around the roots of the trees, and it creates a smooth and velvet blanket that stretches out in every direction we look. There were 600 species of moss on the island, and they grew over everything from the smallest pebble to the tallest tree, until the ground and the stones and the bark were all the same shade of deep and living green. The forest seems to hold its breath as we wander through this sea of green, and the silence becomes a physical weight that rests easily upon our shoulders. We glide over the soft earth, while the shadows play across the intricate patterns of the moss, which forms a miniature landscape of tiny hills and valleys. The quiet atmosphere wraps us in a cocoon of peace, and the heavy air feels like a warm embrace that protects us from the outside world. We reached the edge of the stream, where the water ran clear and amber over the white granite bed, and the light from the canopy above filtered down in long and dusty green columns. The gentle ripples of the water reflect the sunlight, and they cast shimmering waves of illumination against the dark trunks of the surrounding trees. We sit by the edge of the water and watch the slow flow of the stream, which carries fallen leaves away in a lazy and endless parade. The river was shallow in this stretch, and we watched the individual grains of sand dancing in the current, while the small fish darted between the shadows of the overhanging ferns and the damp rocks. The liquid sounds of the stream wash over our tired minds, and they cleanse away the scattered thoughts of the day, leaving only a pure and empty stillness. We float in this moment of perfect harmony, where the water and the stones and the leaves all sing the same quiet song of endurance. A wooden suspension bridge stretched across the wide ravine, and it swayed very gently as we began to walk across the narrow cedar planks, while the sound of the rushing water rose up to meet us. We drift across the suspended path as the ancient ropes creak in a slow and rhythmic harmony with our soft and careful footsteps. The gentle motion of the bridge feels like the rocking of a boat on a calm sea, and it lulls our senses into a deep and profound relaxation. From the center of the bridge, we looked up into the cathedral of trees, where the ancient cedars reached toward the clouds, and their heavy branches were draped in long and graceful ribbons of green lichen. The magnificent pillars would stand like silent guardians of the valley, and they hold the sky above us in a leafy and permanent embrace. We float in the middle of the air while the river rushes below, and the wind whispers through the highest leaves in a continuous, soothing breath. The air was much cooler over the water, and it carried the scent of damp earth and old wood, and the clean, sharp smell of the rain that fell here almost every single day of the year. The crisp mist fills our lungs with the pure essence of the mountain, and it clears our vision as we gaze into the endless depths of the woodland. We linger on the wooden slats as the spirit of the gorge washes over us, and we feel completely separated from the rushing demands of human time. The gentle current of the stream mirrors the slow drift of our own thoughts, which now flow without resistance toward a vast and quiet ocean. We stepped off the bridge and back onto the forest floor, where the roots of the trees had woven themselves into a complex and sturdy ladder that led us further into the green and quiet heart. The solid ground welcomes us with its soft and yielding surface, and we allow the mountain to carry us deeper into its ancient mystery. We follow the winding trail as it curves around the massive boulders, which are coated in layers of silver moss and dark green vines. The first of the ancient cedars stood before us, and its trunk was so wide that it would have taken 5 people joining hands to reach all the way around the deeply ridged and red-brown bark. We look up at the towering giant, and we feel a profound sense of awe as we realize the immense scale of this living, breathing creature. The majestic tree stands as a monument to patience, and its heavy roots dive deep into the soil where they drink from the hidden springs of the mountain. This tree was already a sapling when the first temples were being built in the distant valleys, and it had stood in this exact spot while the seasons turned and the centuries drifted past like smoke. We drift into the deep quiet that surrounds the cedar, and we let the slow and steady pulse of the ancient wood align with our own heartbeat. The sheer presence of the massive trunk anchors us to the present moment, and all our wandering worries dissolve into the humid and mossy air. We placed our hands against the rough surface of the bark and felt the stillness of the wood, which had survived typhoons and droughts, and the slow crawl of time without ever moving from the earth. The wisdom of the old tree flows into our palms, and it fills us with a deep and unshakable calm that settles in the center of our chest. We close our eyes and lean into the sturdy embrace of the forest giant, while the sounds of the stream fade into a soft and gentle lullaby. The fragrant sap of the cedar tree mixes with the smell of the damp earth to create a perfume that soothes the mind and invites a deep slumber. Stay with me here as we watch the mist begin to curl around the base of the trunk, and the forest seemed to grow even more quiet and more focused on this one living and breathing monument. The white fog floats across the forest floor, and it weaves between the roots like a slow and sleepy river of clouds. We allow the misty veil to wrap around us, and we feel completely hidden and protected within the ancient sanctuary of the deep woods. The ground around the tree was a miniature ecosystem of its own, where smaller plants and delicate ferns had found a home in the hollows of the roots and the fallen needles of the cedar tree. We gazed down at the tiny forests of moss that spread out from the base of the giant, and we marvel at the intricate perfection of their fragile leaves. The small drops of dew cling to the emerald threads, and they catch the dim light to sparkle like scattered diamonds across the velvet earth. Everything in the forest was connected by the moss and the mycelium that ran through the dark soil, and it felt as though the entire island was breathing in one slow and collective rhythm today. The invisible network beneath our feet hums with a quiet energy, and it binds the entire mountain together in a seamless and continuous web of life. We feel the gentle vibration of the living earth as it pulses with the steady and eternal cycle of growth and rest. The soft green blanket covers the fallen logs, and it slowly turns the old wood back into rich soil, while the new shoots reach upward toward the canopy. We float along the path as the moss seems to glow with an inner light, which illuminates the shadows and guides our wandering steps. The damp air is filled with the spores of the ferns and the heavy breath of the trees which mingle together in a thick and nourishing atmosphere. We walk in harmony with the natural world, and we allow the peaceful energy of the forest to wash over us in continuous and soothing waves. The quiet community of the undergrowth works in perfect silence, and they show us the beauty of a life that is simple and deeply rooted. We let our minds drift into the microscopic world of the moss, where time stands completely still, and the only sound is the dripping of the rain. We followed the trail as it wound deeper into the Shiratani Unsui Kaio area, and the stones became larger and more mossy until they looked like giant green animals sleeping in the shadows of the ravine. The massive boulders line our path like ancient slumbering guardians, and we step softly so we do not disturb their endless and peaceful dreams. The deep green shapes curve and swell with the contours of the mountain, and they create a landscape that feels entirely magical and detached from reality. We drift further into the dark gorge as the canopy grows thicker, and the daylight softens into a permanent and soothing twilight. The heavy air wraps around us like a thick woolen blanket, and it dampens every sound until the forest is plunged into a profound and heavy silence. The water from the stream dripped from the tips of the leaves and created a soft and rhythmic tapping sound that echoed through the trees and blended with the distant murmur of the falling river. The gentle drops fall in a slow and hypnotic cadence, which lulls our active thoughts into a state of deep and restful calm. We listen to the liquid music of the forest as it plays a continuous symphony of peace that echoes through the hollows of the damp stones. The moisture in the air settles on our skin like a cool blessing, and it reminds us of the endless flow of water that gives life to this holy place. We float deeper into the emerald shadows where the ferns grow tall, and they lean over the path to brush their soft fronds against our shoulders. The twisting vines hang from the branches like green curtains, and they create hidden rooms within the forest where the stillness is absolute and unbroken. We surrender to the welcoming darkness of the deep ravine, and we allow our tired eyes to rest in the soft and muted colors of the woodland. The quiet tapping of the water continues its slow song, and it guides us into a state of pure relaxation where nothing else exists. There was no hurry in this place because the trees had been standing here for thousands of years, and they taught us that there was plenty of time for everything to happen in its own season. We release the urgent need to move forward, and we simply float in the present moment, while the ancient wisdom of the mountain fills our quiet minds. The slow turning of the earth is the only clock that matters here, and we align our own breathing with the long and drawn-out exhalations of the forest. The light was changing as the sun moved behind the high peaks of the island, and the green of the moss deepened into a rich and velvety shadow that held the coming of the night. The twilight creeps slowly across the valley floor, and it paints the trunks of the cedars in shades of deep indigo and soft violet. We watch the day gently fade away as the shadows stretch their long arms across the path and wrap the stones in a dark and sleepy embrace. The approaching darkness brings a new kind of peace, which settles over the ravine like a fine dust, settling on the quiet surface of a deep lake. We found a place where a fallen cedar had become a nursery for dozens of new saplings, and they reached their thin green fingers toward the small patch of sky that was visible far above. The young trees grow with a slow and patient determination, and they draw their strength from the rich and decaying body of their ancient mother. We sit beside the nurse log, and we marvel at the quiet resilience of the forest, which constantly renews itself in a beautiful and unbroken circle. The fragile leaves of the saplings flutter in the gentle breeze, and they sing a tiny and hopeful song that blends with the deep hum of the old woods. We feel the slow passage of decades in this single spot, and we understand that our own lives are just a brief and beautiful spark in the long night. The eternal patience of the trees washes over our restless spirits, and it leaves behind a smooth and glassy surface where no worries can remain. The cycle of life and death was visible in every corner of the forest, and it was a peaceful and natural process that required nothing from us except that we noticed, and we remained very quiet. We drift through the cathedral of trees as the fallen leaves turn into soft earth, and the soft earth feeds the new shoots in a perfect and endless loop. The gentle decay of the old wood fills the air with a sweet and musky perfume, which reminds us that endings are simply the beginnings of something new. The granite beneath the moss was cold and solid, and it anchored the trees to the island while the roots found their way into every crack and every crevice in search of the mountain water. The pale stone sleeps beneath the living green layer, and it provides a steady foundation for the entire moving and breathing world above. We feel the immense weight of the mountain pressing down into the earth, and it anchors our wandering minds in a feeling of complete and absolute safety. We saw where the water had carved deep channels into the rock over millions of years, and the stones had been polished until they were as smooth as glass and as gray as winter smoke. The gentle persistence of the stream has shaped the hardest rock, and it shows us that soft and continuous motion can transform even the heaviest burdens. We run our fingers over the sleek surface of the granite, and the cool stone draws the heat and the tension out from our tired hands. The clear water slides over the polished curves of the rock, and it creates a visual melody that matches the soothing sound of the rushing stream. We walked through the dappled light, and the air felt heavy with the moisture of the forest and the ancient breath of the trees that had seen the world change many times. The thick atmosphere wraps around us in a comforting layer, and it slows our movements until we are drifting like ghosts through the shadowy ravine. We breathe in the mist, and we feel the timeless spirit of the island flowing through our veins and settling deep within our bones. The path turned away from the stream and began to climb toward the higher ridges where the trees were even older, and the moss was even thicker, and the silence was even more profound. We ascend the gentle slope as the noise of the water fades into the background, and the deep quiet of the high forest takes hold of our senses. The thick layer of green swallows the sound of our footsteps entirely, and we feel as though we are floating upward through a sea of pure emerald. Every step upward brought a subtle shift in the temperature, and the air grew crisp and sharp as the mist began to descend from the peaks and wrap the forest in a white veil. The cooling air clears our minds of all remaining thoughts, and it leaves us empty and receptive to the vast and peaceful energy of the high mountain. The pale fog drifts through the dark trunks, and it obscures the path ahead so that we can only focus on the simple beauty of the present step. We stopped for a moment to look back at the ravine, and the suspension bridge, which now looked like a tiny wooden thread woven into the vast and green fabric of the mountain side below. The immense scale of the forest spreads out beneath us, and we feel small and wonderfully insignificant in the face of such ancient and enduring majesty. The green valley holds the memory of our journey in its quiet hollows, and we send a silent wish of gratitude back to the rushing stream. We stand on the high ridge while the white clouds roll through the trees, and they brush against our faces with a soft and damp caress. The heavy moss drips with the condensation of the fog, and the tiny drops fall to the earth in a slow and mesmerizing rhythm. We drift further up the trail as the world below completely vanishes into the mist, and we are left alone in the floating realm of the sky. The gentle climb stretches our legs, and the slow exertion releases the last bits of tension from our muscles, leaving us feeling warm and completely relaxed. The sound of the water was a faint and distant hum now, and the only thing we could hear was the soft sigh of the wind in the high canopy and the beating of our hearts. The breeze whispers through the pine needles in a long and hushing sound that calms the spirit and invites the heavy weight of sleep to descend. We float through the hazy air as the silence of the high altitude wraps around our minds, and it gently closes the doors of our active thoughts. The trees around us were becoming larger and more gnarled, as if the effort of growing in this steep and rocky terrain had twisted their limbs into beautiful and complicated shapes that defied the wind. The strange and wonderful forms of the ancient branches look like giant wooden sculptures that have been frozen in the middle of a slow and silent dance. We gaze at the twisted roots, which clutch the bare rocks with a fierce and loving grip, and we admire the wild resilience of the high forest. The moss on these old trees hangs in long and silver beards, which sway slowly in the misty breeze and give the woods an air of deep magic. We wander among the silent elders of the mountain, and we feel a deep sense of reverence for the long and quiet lives they have lived. The pale light of the late afternoon filters through the fog, and it casts a soft and silvery glow over the twisted shapes of the ancient wood. We allow the haunting beauty of the gnarled cedars to fill our hearts with a melancholy peace, and we surrender completely to the dreamlike atmosphere. The winding path leads us deeper into the clouds where the edges of the world dissolve, and everything becomes a wash of white and soft green. We drift onward through the silent and misty dreamscape, and the slow rhythm of our footsteps carries us gently toward the borders of a deep and restful sleep. The spirit of the Shiratani Unsui-kayo ravine holds us in its timeless embrace, and the ancient trees watch over our quiet minds as we finally find our rest. The winding path wanders deeper into the emerald shadows of the mountain, where the air softens, and the gentle sound of trickling water guides us forward. We move slowly through the damp ferns as the ancient trees lean closer to whisper their quiet secrets to the passing wind and the fading light. We found a small grotto where the water trickled down the face of a granite cliff and collected in a pool that was so still it reflected the green ceiling of the forest perfectly. The moss on the cliff face was dripping with jewels of water, and they caught the last of the afternoon light before they fell and disappeared into the dark and cool depths of the pool. The cool mist rises slowly from the quiet water, and it brushes against our warm skin like a soft and gentle breath from the sleeping mountain above. The water in the stream was so clear that you could see the tiny patterns on the stones at the bottom, and they looked like secret maps that showed the way home. Smooth pebbles line the tranquil edges of the deepest pool, and they glisten with a pale and gentle luminescence as the daylight begins to slip away. The dark shadows lengthen across the granite walls, and the slow drip of water becomes a steady rhythm that calms the wandering mind and soothes the spirit. The light of the afternoon was soft and golden, and it fell across the mossy stones in long and beautiful streaks that made the entire forest look like a very old painting. We sat on a flat stone at the edge of the water and felt the stillness of the mountain entering our bones, while the rest of the world faded away into a distant and unimportant memory. The heavy silence wraps around us like a woven blanket of emerald leaves, and the damp earth smells of an ancient and undisturbed peace that lasts forever. We quietly watch the delicate reflections on the glassy surface, and the slow ripples dissolve into a perfect and unbroken mirror of the high forest canopy. Our slow breathing deepens as we absorb the tranquil atmosphere, and the mountain shares its eternal patience with anyone who lingers beside the clear and resting water. The heavy thoughts of the day drift away on the slow current, and they float down the ravine while the gentle harmony of the woodland fills the empty space. The quiet presence of the mossy gorge soothes our weary spirits, and the simple act of resting becomes a profound and healing meditation for the wandering soul. Every tired muscle relaxes into the solid comfort of the smooth stone, and the natural rhythm of the island synchronizes perfectly with our own slow and steady pulses. The gentle twilight washes softly over the hidden grotto, and the world narrows down to the serene and whispering basin where the cool and fresh water collects. The forest did not ask anything of us, and it did not need us to do anything except to be here, and to listen to the story it had been telling for 4,000 years. The massive cedars stand as silent guardians around our resting place, and their immense roots anchor the mountain's soil with a quiet and steadfast strength that endures. We lean against the solid wood, and we feel the deep vibrations of life thrumming through the ancient heartwood of the towering giants as they slowly breathe. The bark of the trees was thick and protective, and it held the warmth of the day long after the sun had set, and the shadows had stretched across the floor of the ravine. The lingering warmth transfers to our resting shoulders, and it brings a soothing comfort as the chill of the evening settles over the deep and shadowed woods. A soft breeze weaves gently through the upper branches, and it carries the subtle fragrance of pine needles and damp loam down to the silent forest floor. We close our eyes and let the ancient whispers wash over us, while the mountain sings its low and rumbling lullaby to the approaching and peaceful night. The surrounding woodland simply exists in its perfect state of grace, and it invites us to share in its calm and unhurried passage of endless natural time. There is no urgency in the shifting shadows, and there is no destination to reach, while the tranquil spirit of the wilderness holds us close and keeps us safe. We open our eyes to examine the textured bark, and we trace the deep grooves where time and weather have carved their indelible and beautiful signatures into the wood. We could see the scars on the trunks where the typhoons had tried to pull them from the earth, and we could see how the trees had healed themselves and grown even stronger. The twisted and heavy branches tell a silent tale of remarkable resilience, and they reach toward the dimming sky with a beautiful and enduring grace that inspires. Every weathered surface is draped in a plush mantle of vibrant green, and the island seems to wrap its oldest wounds in the softest layers of living moss. The moss was our guide as we continued to climb, and it showed us where the path was safe and where the water was fresh, and where the forest was at its most ancient. The velvet cushions underfoot muffle our slow and deliberate footsteps, and they transform the rugged trail into a welcoming and gentle stairway through the silent trees. We follow the winding emerald path slowly upward, and the lush carpets of flora blur the sharp edges of the scattered granite boulders that line the deep ravine. The climbing trail weaves deeper into the lengthening shadows, and the protective canopy closes overhead to shelter us entirely from the fading light of the outer world. The light was fading now, and the green of the trees was turning to a deep and quiet indigo, while the first stars began to appear in the narrow gaps between the branches. The gentle transition from day to dusk is a slow and seamless fading where the vibrant colors dissolve into soft and comforting shades of deep and restful twilight. The woodland dims peacefully around us, and the outlines of the massive trunks soften into dark silhouettes against the deepening purple canvas of the vast evening sky. A profound and heavy hush descends over the steep ravine, and the diurnal creatures settle into their hidden nests while the nocturnal world slowly and quietly awakens. The cool night air carries the fresh and clean scent of dew, and it settles on the broad leaves of the ferns in tiny and shimmering silver droplets. We walk slowly through the dimming and silent labyrinth, and the pale glow of the moon begins to filter through the intricate and delicate lace of the canopy. The gentle illumination paints silver pathways on the dark forest floor, and it guides our steady progression into the hidden core of the sleeping and ancient island. The lengthening shadows deepen into profound and welcoming pools of darkness, and they invite the weary traveler to release all worldly burdens and just peacefully breathe. We were moving into the heart of the island where the time was measured in centuries, and the only map we needed was the rhythm of the forest and the sound of our breathing. The modern world dissolves entirely in this ancient and untouched place where the slow and steady growth of the cedars is the only true and meaningful clock. Every deep breath we draw pulls the pure and untainted essence of the wilderness into our lungs, and it cleanses our tired minds of all unnecessary distraction. The air was still, and the mist was thick, and it felt as though we were walking through a dream where the trees were the only real thing, and the world was just a shadow. The rolling fog drifts slowly between the dark and towering trunks, and it wraps the ancient forest in a soft and silver shroud of pure and untouched tranquility. We float peacefully through the hazy landscape like gentle phantoms, and our movements blend seamlessly with the slow and graceful swaying of the hanging and damp moss. The deep interior of the mountain holds its quiet secrets very closely, and it shares them only with those who walk softly and listen with open and calm hearts. The misty veils part slowly as we approach the hidden and sacred sanctuary, and the profound silence of the deep woods welcomes us gently as returning friends. We reached the end of the lower ravine, and the path began to climb toward the higher forest where the trees were older, and the air was thinner, and the silence deeper. We reached a clearing where a giant cedar had fallen, and its trunk was covered in a city of moss and lichen and small flowering plants that had waited all winter for this moment. The massive wooden log rests peacefully on the damp and fertile earth, and it serves as a safe nursing ground for 1,000 tiny and delicate new lives. The intricate and beautiful tapestries of miniature ferns unroll their tender fronds, and they reach toward the dim and filtered moonlight that spills into the quiet open space. We stand in quiet awe of the fallen and magnificent monarch, and we admire the quiet dignity with which it returns its deep strength to the mountain soil. The smell of the decaying wood was sweet and earthy, and it reminded us that everything in the forest was part of a larger and more beautiful cycle that never ended and never failed. The rich and heavy aroma grounds us completely in the present moment, and it connects us to the endless rhythm of the seasons and the slow turning earth. The peaceful clearing feels like a sacred and ancient hall where the silent trees stand as tall witnesses to the eternal and unchanging laws of the natural world. We found a small hollow beneath the roots of a standing tree where the ground was dry, and the moss was soft, and we rested for a while before we continued our journey. The sheltering and massive roots curve over us like the protective arch of a grand cathedral, and they offer a safe and comforting embrace in the deep dark. We gently recline on the plush and springy surface of the green moss, and the cool earth seems to mold perfectly to the weary contours of our bodies. The deep hollow isolates us fully from the cool and wandering night breezes, and it holds a pocket of still and gentle warmth beneath the massive wooden columns. We slowly stretch our tired legs, and we let the profound peacefulness of the hidden nook wash away the physical exertion of the long and steady upward climb. The quiet sanctuary provides a perfect and sheltered vantage point to observe the dark forest, and we watch the subtle movements of the shadows in the pale moonlight. A profound sense of total security settles over our resting minds, and the ancient roots stand fast against any passing storms that might cross the high rocky peaks. The sleeping island cradles us in its deep and heavily wooded arms, and the gentle stillness lulls our active thoughts into a slow and meditative and beautiful calm. The darkness was almost complete now, and the forest was full of the small and secret sounds of the night where the owls called to each other and the insects hummed in the grass. The melodic and steady trill of the hidden crickets creates a soothing and rhythmic background that blends with the distant murmur of the rushing and cold mountain streams. A soft and careful rustle in the dense underbrush speaks of a small and gentle creature moving safely through the protective shadows of the sleeping and vast woodland. The nocturnal and beautiful symphony rises and falls like the gentle breathing of the ocean, and it brings a deep and harmonious peace to the darkened and ancient grove. You can feel the weight of the forest pressing down on the island, and it is a comforting and protective weight that keeps the world outside from ever reaching this quiet and green sanctuary. The immense and thick canopy forms an impenetrable shield against the noise of humanity, and it preserves the pristine and untouched purity of the ancient and tranquil mountain realm. The gentle and haunting hoots of the owls echo softly through the misty ravine, and they weave a delicate and beautiful melody into the dark fabric of the night. The rustling leaves whisper their ancient and quiet lullabies to the wandering wind, and the soothing sounds wrap around our resting minds like a soft and very warm embrace. The deep and clear acoustic resonance of the wooded valley amplifies the natural music, and it turns the entire sleeping mountain into a grand and perfectly harmonious instrument. We look up silently through the dark framework of the towering cedar branches, and we see the brilliant tapestry of the night sky scattered across the vast velvet void. The stars were bright and cold above the canopy, and they seemed to be watching over the ancient trees and the mossy stones and the rushing water of the Shiratani Unsui Kaio ravine below. The distant and beautiful constellations twinkle with a pale and ancient light, and they guide the silent rotation of the earth through the vast and endless and quiet cosmos. The gentle celestial glow filters down through the shifting leaves, and it touches the velvet moss with delicate and shimmering pinpricks of pure and quiet silver night illumination. We feel a profound and truly humbling connection to the vast and starry universe, and the simple awareness of our small place brings a deep and very lasting comfort. We felt like part of the forest now, and our breath was part of the air, and our steps were part of the path, and our thoughts were part of the silence today. The old boundaries between ourselves and the wild natural world dissolve into the misty night, and we merge completely with the tranquil spirit of the ancient and breathing woods. The slow and steady beating of our hearts synchronizes with the timeless rhythm of the island, and we find our perfect and natural place within the quiet, deep sanctuary. The deep midnight hour descends softly upon the high and rocky peaks, and a profound and heavy slumber washes over the sprawling forests and the deep, hidden, mossy ravines. The mountain was sleeping, and we were sleeping with it while the trees continued to grow, and the water continued to flow, and the moss continued to cover everything in a soft light. The gentle and invisible exhalations of the trees fill the atmosphere with life, and the quiet respiration of the woodland creates a soothing and very peaceful atmospheric night breeze. The moss was damp, and the air was cool, and the sound of the water was the only thing moving through the forest, while the rest of the world was somewhere far away and not needed. We rest deeply in the perfect and total isolation of the shadowy grove, and the peaceful, quiet heals the fractured edges of our weary and traveling and heavy souls. The soft and continuous murmurs of the trickling streams sing a gentle and rolling song that lulls our heavy eyelids into a sweet and unbroken and truly restorative rest. The sleeping island dreams its verdant and endless dreams of gentle rain and blooming flowers, while the dark hours slip past in a smooth and very unhurried night progression. We listened to the quiet heart of the world, and we waited for the morning to come when the sun would rise over the high peaks and the forest would begin its dance. We rise slowly and quietly from our comfortable hollow, and we resume our gentle ascent through the moonlit shadows of the steep and rocky and beautifully wild mountain terrain. The granite ridges of the island rose up like the teeth of an ancient dragon, and they held the clouds in their jagged peaks while the forest clung to the steep slopes. The pale and massive stone formations glow in the darkness, and they stand as eternal monuments to the sheer and unyielding power of the shifting and very old earth. The trail was worn smooth by the feet of the people who had walked here before us, and the stones were set deep into the earth, where the roots held them in place against the rain. We passed slowly by the massive and silent remnants of a forgotten logging era, and the giant wooden bases sit like silent temples in the middle of the quiet grove. We could see the marks of the ancient loggers on some of the stumps, and they told a story of a time when the wood of these trees was very valuable to the world. The smooth and ancient cuts have weathered deeply into soft and rounded edges, and the long passage of centuries has erased the harshness of the old and heavy steel axes. The forest had reclaimed these old stumps and covered them in a thick layer of moss until they looked like natural altars where the light and the rain were the only things. The emerald and green altars glow with a soft and vibrant life, and the dense vegetation transforms the wooden ruins into beautiful and thriving and delicate hanging forest gardens. We quietly observe the delicate green saplings reaching upward from the decaying wood, and the slender branches spread their young leaves to catch the falling and very cool night dew. The new trees grew directly out of the old ones, and they found their nourishment in the bodies of their ancestors, which was a beautiful and necessary part of the ancient life cycle. The magnificent and towering generations stand bound together in a quiet and loving embrace, and the old wood yields its gathered strength to the hopeful and tender green spring shoots. The seamless and peaceful transition from end to beginning reminds us of the endless grace that guides the natural balance of the deep and wandering and completely wild dark woods. The fragrant and cool air smells of fresh pine and rich damp earth, and the beautiful harmony of decay and rebirth fills the clearing with a profound and lasting peace. We gently trace the twisting roots that cascade over the mossy edges, and they dig deeply into the fertile soil to anchor the new cedars securely to the high mountain. The silent and strong resilience of the forest inspires a gentle and quiet awe, and we marvel at the quiet determination of life to continue its endless and beautiful song. The narrow and winding path wanders further into the dense foliage, and the overhanging branches weave together to form a dark and protective and comforting corridor of soft green leaves. We walked through a tunnel of green leaves where the air was so thick with oxygen that every breath felt like a cool and refreshing drink of water from a hidden mountain spring. The pure and vital atmosphere cleanses our weary minds, and the gentle inhalation brings a surge of quiet energy to our resting and peaceful and calm bodies. The sound of our footsteps was swallowed by the moss, and we moved like ghosts through the shadows of the ravine, where the only movement was the slow dance of the falling leaves. The deep and silent woods hold us in perfect stillness as we finally sleep today. The path levels out as we find the old logging railway where the rusted tracks are still visible beneath a thick layer of dark green moss. And the wooden ties have softened into the earth over many decades of rain. We breathe the clean scent of damp wood and allow our heavy shoulders to drop softly as we follow the gentle line of this forgotten and serene wilderness mountain path. The narrow gauge rails follow the contour of the mountain in a long and patient curve, while the river continues to rush through the gorge far below, and the sound of the water rises through the trees. The cold iron rails slowly dissolve into the wild landscape and surrender their sharp edges to the spreading green ferns that blanket the ground in a quiet and peaceful sea. Walking along the tracks feels like stepping back into a quieter time when the only sounds were the creak of the timber wagons and the calls of the birds in the high canopy above the forest floor. All the lingering tension of the long mountain climb begins to melt away completely as we surrender to the slow and peaceful rhythm of the old and beautiful cedar forest. The sunlight filters through the layers of green leaves and creates shifting patterns of light and shadow on the mossy ground as we move deeper into the territory of the ancient cedars where the air is cool. A soft breeze weaves quietly through the sweeping branches and carries the distant melody of the river to our listening ears in a continuous and deeply soothing wave of sound. The forest has begun to reclaim the iron rails by wrapping them in soft vines and covering the metal in a velvet layer of lichen that glows with a pale silver light in the humid mountain air. The hurried modern world slowly unwinds and releases its tight hold on our wandering minds as we drift along this historical spine of the serene and deeply quiet island wilderness. In the 1600s, the wood from these cedars was so highly valued that it was harvested as a tribute to the shogun and split by hand into thin shingles called hira-ita for the temple roofs. Each careful footstep falls softly on the padded earth and joins the quiet and endless symphony of rustling leaves and shifting shadows in the heart of the ancient green woods. The cedar oil in the wood made it so durable and resistant to rot that it would last for many decades in the humid climate of the island where the rain never stops falling. The gentle golden light washes over the sweeping leaves and warms the humid air while we breathe in the soothing scent of rain and timeless and beautifully fragrant cedar wood. Because the trees were so massive, the loggers would only take the straightest parts of the trunk and leave the rest of the wood to remain on the forest floor where it has rested for centuries. These silent woods have witnessed the slow and steady passage of many centuries, and they hold the peaceful memories of the woodcutters who walked this very path so long ago. These fallen giants are known as Domai Boku, and they have become the foundation for an entire world of new life that flourishes in the damp and sheltered spaces between the ancient roots and the mossy stones. The early laborers worked with a quiet and deep reverence for the sweeping giants they felled, and they carried the highly fragrant timber down the steep and winding mountain slopes. We step off the tracks and approach one of the massive stumps, which was felled 400 years ago and has now become a hollow room wide enough for us to stand inside and feel the cool, damp air. This enduring and warm resin still fills the humid air with a deeply sweet and earthy aroma that calms the racing mind and invites a deep and wonderfully restful breath. The center of the stump has weathered away to leave a circular wall of red-brown wood that smells of resin and earth, while the top of the cavity is open to the sky and the mist. The large abandoned pieces of rich wood slowly softened into the dark earth and became hollow and deeply quiet sanctuaries for the wandering white mist and the gently falling leaves. We can see the marks of the hand axes on the inner walls of the wood, where the craftsmen worked the timber in the flickering light of their lanterns long before the modern world ever reached these shores. The slow decay of the old wood releases vital nutrients into the damp soil and feeds the tiny and hopeful seeds that drift down from the swaying canopy far above. The new trees do not simply grow near these old ones, but they grow directly out of the mossy hearts of the ancestor stumps and wrap their young roots around the red cedar wood until they are one. We gently lean against the smooth inner wall and feel the comforting texture of the old timber as the vast forest hums its quiet and eternal lullaby all around us. This is a physical weaving of time where the saplings use the nutrients of their predecessors to reach for the canopy, and the old wood provides a stable anchor against the wind and the heavy rains. Looking slowly up through the wide opening, we watch the pale clouds drift across the silver sliver of sky and feel a profound and settling sense of stillness gathering within. You can see where a young cedar has sent its roots down through the hollow center of a Domai Boku to find the soil while its branches spread wide to catch the light that filters through the mist. The deep scars of the old axes have completely blurred beneath a thick carpet of tiny green star moss that softens the sharp edges of history and invites deep sleep. The air here carries the scent of damp earth and ancient resin, while the silence is so deep that you can hear the single drop of water as it falls from a leaf onto the soft moss. This slow and beautifully perfect cycle of natural life brings a feeling of immense peace and reminds us that absolutely nothing is ever truly lost in the wild cedar forest. We continue our walk along the unhurried path of the railway bed as it winds further into the interior of the island, and the mountains rise up on either side to cradle the valley in green. The trailing roots cascade down the smooth sides of the ancient stumps like a slow and frozen waterfall of pale gray wood and trailing green leaves in the quiet shadows. The wooden ties under our feet are springy and damp, and they lead us toward the higher reaches of the forest, where the trees grow even larger and the clouds begin to settle among the branches. We breathe softly in slow rhythm with the forest and calmly let go of all our lingering thoughts as we step carefully back onto the soft and wonderfully mossy tracks. The moss covers every surface from the stones in the stream to the bark of the living trees, and it creates a landscape that feels as though it has been submerged in a sea of emerald. The highly rhythmic dripping of the pure water acts as a gentle and soothing metronome that slows our heartbeats and eases our weary muscles into a state of deep rest. There are hundreds of different species of moss on the island, and each one has a different texture and shade of green that blends into the next to create a seamless carpet of living velvet. The white mist begins to weave silently through the towering dark trunks and softens the sharp contours of the landscape into a dreamlike and serene painting of emerald and silver. Some of the mosses are long and trailing like hair, while others are thick and bushy like small forests, and they all hold the moisture of the clouds to keep the woods forever hydrated and cool. We gaze peacefully out across the rolling and undulating ground and marvel at the unbroken blanket of green that gently coats every fallen log and rounded and smooth granite stone. As we walk, we notice a small bridge made of stone and timber that crosses a narrow stream where the water is so clear that you can see the individual grains of sand on the bottom. This incredibly soft and rich covering mutes all the harsh sounds of the distant world and wraps the entire hidden valley in a comforting and thick cocoon of total silence. The stream makes a soft and melodic sound as it moves over the granite shelf and joins the larger river in the valley below, while the ferns along the bank sway in the gentle mountain breeze. We gently and very slowly brush our fingertips over a patch of moss and feel the delicate strands that spring back with a resilient and deeply soothing and gentle softness. We pause for a moment on the bridge to watch the water flow and feel the coolness of the air as it rises from the stream to brush against our faces in the quiet of the afternoon. The damp and pure air soothes our warm skin, and we feel a deep sense of tranquil calm washing over our tired minds as we follow the curving railway path. The path leads us past a stand of younger cedars that are only a few hundred years old, and their bark is smooth and reddish compared to the deeply furrowed trunks of the ancient trees further up. The thick wooden planks of the old bridge creak softly under our gentle weight and add a warm and hollow and rhythmic note to the continuous music of the stream. These younger trees are reaching for the gaps in the canopy where an old giant has fallen, and they grow with a patient and deliberate energy that will see them through the next 1,000 years. We peacefully watch a single pale yellow leaf float upon the clear surface of the water and twirl slowly before vanishing into the deep shadows of the quiet river gorge. The forest is always moving in this slow and unhurried way as the light shifts and the seasons change, and the rain continues to fall on the green slopes of the mountains above the sea. The gentle chill of the flowing water invites a deep and cleansing breath that travels down into our lungs and safely releases any remaining and stubborn tension held deeply within. We find another Domaiboku stump that is covered in such a thick layer of ferns and moss that it looks like a green hill rising from the floor of the valley with a small door. These wonderfully vibrant trees stand closely together and form a sheltering and safe wall of fragrant wood that gently guides us along the curving path of the old iron rails. Inside the hollow, the air is still and warm, and the walls are lined with soft lichen that feels like silk beneath our fingertips as we trace the patterns of the wood in the dim light. Their delicate green needles shimmer in the fading golden sunlight and catch the tiny and cool droplets of mist that drift through the tranquil and silent air of the valley. It is a place where the weight of the world seems to lift away and leave only the sound of our breathing and the distant murmur of the river as it follows its long path. We willingly allow ourselves to merge completely with this eternal pacing and let go of the hurried and frantic rhythms of the distant world we left so far behind us. The railway tracks begin to fade as they are swallowed by the rising roots of the forest, and we must step carefully over the network of wood that spreads across the ground in a maze. The rounded mossy mound seems to deeply slumber in the dimming and pale light, and softly invites us to rest our weary minds in its ancient and wholly welcoming embrace. The roots are like the veins of the mountain, and they hold the soil in place against the typhoons that visit the island every year, while providing a path for the water to reach the trees. We close our tired eyes for a quiet moment and listen to the faint dripping of water that echoes within the curved and deeply fragrant wooden walls of the stump. We follow the line of a particularly large root as it leads us toward a giant cedar with a trunk so wide that it would take 10 people holding hands to reach around its circumference. We step back onto the damp soil and feel a profound lightness in our limbs as we continue deeper into the beautiful emerald shadows. The bark of this tree is like a map of its long life, with deep ridges and valleys, where insects, live and small plants have taken root in the sheltered crevices far above the forest floor. While we stand at the base of the tree, we can feel the immense presence of its history and the way it has watched the centuries pass without ever needing to move from its mountain home. The branches reach out in long and graceful arcs that are heavy with moss, and they create a private canopy that shields the ground below from the intensity of the sun and the rain. The light is beginning to grow softer as the afternoon progresses, and the mist starts to roll in from the sea to fill the spaces between the trees with a pale and directionless glow. We can no longer see the tops of the mountains, but we can feel their weight all around us as we continue our unhurried journey through the heart of the ancient woods. The path is narrow and winding as it leaves the railway bed behind and begins to climb once more toward the high ridges where the oldest trees of all are waiting in the silence. Every step takes us further into the quiet and the damp, while the sounds of the lower forest fade into a memory, and the only reality is the green of the moss and the wood. We pass a small waterfall that drops from a high ledge into a pool of amber water, and the sound is like a soft, white noise that fills the air and settles the mind completely. The water is cold and pure, and it has traveled through the granite heart of the mountain before reaching this place where it spills over the moss and returns to the earth in the valley. The forest seems to breathe with the movement of the mist as the clouds drift between the trunks and soften the edges of the world until everything is a blur of gray and green. We walk through a tunnel of ferns that brush against our legs and leave small droplets of water on our clothes, while the scent of the wet earth grows stronger and more comforting. The ground is soft and forgiving under our feet, and it absorbs the sound of our footsteps so that we move through the woods like ghosts in the gathering twilight of the high mountain. As we reach the end of the railway section, the tracks disappear entirely beneath a massive fall of granite boulders that have been smoothed by the rain and covered in a layer of lichen. We must climb over these stones with a deliberate and patient grace while the river rushes past us in a narrow flume of white water, and the spray rises up to meet the mist. The air is thinner here, and the temperature has dropped a few degrees, but the warmth of the climb keeps us comfortable as we leave the history of the loggers behind us for good. The trees here are even more distorted by the wind and the weight of the years, and they lean toward each other as if sharing secrets in a language that only the mountain understands. We are entering the zone of the high forest where the cedars have stood for thousands of years, and their presence is a quiet and steady constant in a world that is always changing. The path continues upward into the clouds, and we follow it with a sense of peace and curiosity as the forest closes in around us and the journey into the heart of the island deepens. The last remains of the old railway ties are now nothing more than dark shapes in the earth, and they serve as a reminder of the many people who have passed this way before. We are alone in the green silence, and the only thing that matters is the next slow step and the feel of the cool air on our skin as we move toward the summit. The trees are taller, and the moss is deeper, and the world of the coast is a long way off as we settle into the rhythm of the mountain and the ancient life of the forest. The air has changed its weight as we move past the 1,000-meter mark, and the coolness begins to settle into the moss, while the tall, straight cedars of the lower slopes give way to the first of the ancient giants. The soft, white mist gathers along the ridges as we leave the lower world behind and step into the quiet realm of the cloud forest. These are the Yakushima, and they have been standing in this specific soil for more than 10 centuries, while the island around them has shifted, and the rain has fallen every single day without fail or interruption. You can see the shift in the bark, which is no longer smooth and gray, and has become a deep, and furrowed red-brown that holds the moisture of the cloud within its many ridges and hidden valleys. The scale of the world is different here because the trees are no longer just plants growing from the earth, and they have become the earth itself, with smaller trees and ferns and mosses finding a home in the living wood. The damp air wraps around the dark trunks, and a gentle silence falls over the winding path where the shadows merge with the green earth. The first of the truly ancient trees appears through the mist like a ship emerging from a heavy fog, and its trunk is so wide that it would take 10 people holding hands to reach all the way around the base. The white mist moves across the heavy timber, and the island slowly reveals its ancient heart through the silent and enduring grace of the towering cedar forms. The surface of the cedar is covered in a layer of life that has nothing to do with the tree itself, and you can see the delicate fronds of small ferns and the pale silver of lichen clinging to the red-brown ridges. The endless cycle of the island unfolds in the quiet shadows, where the end of one massive life becomes the gentle cradle for 100 new seeds. We walk slowly under the massive reaching limbs and allow the soft murmurs of the swaying leaves to wash away the memory of the ascent. A single ancient cedar can support more than a dozen different species of plants on its own limbs. And I just think that's a lovely thing to know as we stand in the quiet green light of the forest. The branches of these giants are so thick that they look like trees themselves, and they stretch out into the mist where they catch the passing clouds and turn them into a fine and constant rain for the forest floor. Each massive trunk becomes a hanging garden where the moisture collects in tiny emerald pools and nourishes the fragile stems of the waiting flora. Everything here feels as though it is moving at a different speed, and the only sound is the soft rhythm of water dripping from the high canopy and the occasional creak of a massive limb shifting in the wind. A gentle awe settles into the cool air as we stand before the immense wooden pillars and trace the deep lines of their enduring strength. The wood of these cedars is so dense with resin that it does not rot like other timber, and the fallen trunks remain on the forest floor for centuries, while new life begins to grow from the quiet warmth of the decaying wood. This endless fall of silver water nourishes the deep soil, and the soft patter against the fern leaves creates a soothing melody in the still mountain air. We call these fallen giants nurse logs because they provide the nutrients and the elevation that the young seedlings need to reach the light. And the roots of the new trees wrap around the old wood in a long embrace. You can see the young trees standing in a line along the back of a fallen ancestor, and their roots reach down like fingers to find the soil while the old wood disappears beneath the green weight of the moss. The deep green carpet smooths away the harsh lines of the broken wood and leaves only a gentle rolling mound that blends into the damp earth. The air is filled with the scent of damp earth and the sharp, clean smell of cedar resin, which has been used for centuries to protect the temples and the homes of the people living on the coast below. The trail becomes a network of roots that are as thick as the trunks of younger trees, and we move over the tangled wood, while the sound of the distant river rises and falls with the movement of the wind. The path guides us deeper into the winding maze of ancient timber, where the low, steady murmurs of the water sing a lullaby to the resting earth. The path leads us around a massive root that has grown over a granite boulder, and the moss covers both of them so completely that you cannot tell where the stone ends and the living tree begins. The lines dissolve between the unmoving rock and the creeping roots, as the island weaves its many forms into one seamless and breathing tapestry. We are moving into a place where the trees are so large that they create their own weather, and the mist clings to the heavy branches while the water drips from the tips of the needles and falls into the waiting moss. A cool gray blanket settles over the winding path, and the soft moisture kisses our cheeks as we wander further into the hallowed, silent grove. The granite stones beneath the moss are the bones of the island, and they have been worn smooth by the constant flow of water and the pressure of the roots that have been searching for a hold for thousands of years. The light is diffuse and directionless because the cloud has settled into the valley, and the world has lost its hard edges, while the green of the moss and the brown of the bark blend into a single and soft transition. We are walking through a gallery of living sculptures, and each tree has a different shape that has been carved by the typhoons and the heavy snows of winter, while the forest has watched the world change. The ancient sentinels stand in quiet dignity, as their twisted forms tell the long and silent stories of storms that passed centuries before our own time. The ancient cedars do not grow tall and straight like the younger trees, and they are twisted and knotted with the effort of surviving in the thin soil of the high mountain, where the wind is a constant and heavy presence. Their thick trunks spiral inward to protect the core, and the sweeping branches lean heavy toward the earth, as if bowing in a silent and graceful prayer. The moss under our feet has a particular give that feels like walking on a deep and damp carpet, and it absorbs the sound of our steps so that the forest remains as quiet and as still as a great cathedral. The white mist moves between the trunks like a living thing, and it blurs the distance so that you can only see the trees that are closest to you, while the rest of the forest remains a dark and mysterious shape. The rolling clouds wrap the giant cedars in a delicate shroud, and the hidden valley hums with the gentle magic of the unseen and quiet world. There is a sense of deep time that has shifted from the geology of the stones to the biology of the trees, and you can feel the weight of the centuries in the stillness of the air and the slow movement of the clouds. The water in the small streams that cross our path is tinted with the amber of the cedar resin, and it flows over the granite with a sound that is as clear and as cold as the mountain air itself. We stop for a moment to look at a tree that has been split by lightning long ago, and yet it continues to grow from the sides of the wound with a persistence that is as quiet and as steady as the rain. charred and hollow trunk serves as a warm haven for small birds and wandering beetles, while the green canopy high above remains lush and full. The layers of green are so dense that they seem to have their own weight, and the forest floor is a world of shadows and soft light where the only movement is the slow drift of the mist through the branches. The branches of the Yakushima are draped in long strands of moss that look like green hair, and they sway gently in the breeze, as if the trees themselves are breathing in the damp and heavy air of the mountain. The quiet haze makes everything feel like a delicate watercolor, painting where the colors bleed together and dissolve into the pale white canvas of the falling fog. We are entering the cloud zone where the trees begin to thin and the air grows colder with every step, and you can see your own breath as a pale and fleeting shape in the dim light of the afternoon. The chill is refreshing and clean as it touches our warm skin and wakes the quiet senses to the rich, damp earth and the fragrant silver wood. The world of the coast and the sea is a long way off, and the only thing that matters is the next slow step and the feel of the cool air on our skin as we move deeper into the ancient heart of the island. The trees are no longer just individuals, and they are part of a single and interconnected life that has been growing here since before the first maps were drawn or the first paths were cleared through the green. The shadows grow longer, and the green world softens even more as the lines between the earth and the trees and the air begin to fade into a single and beautiful stillness that holds us in its gentle embrace. The edges of the deep valley blur in the fading light, and the soft murmurs of the evening bring a feeling of safety to the darkening path. The quiet weight of the night is starting to settle over the high forest, and the last remaining echoes of the day fade into a deep and comforting silence while the air around us grows still and warm and heavy. The noise of the hurried world fades entirely as the ancient rhythm of the woods invites us to slow our steps and soften our gaze in the evening. The trail leads us higher into the clouds, and the world below is lost to the white silence as the trees grow shorter and more twisted from the weight of the winter snow and the constant push of the wind. The moss here is a different kind of green, and it seems to glow with a soft light that comes from within the damp fibers, while the water from the mist gathers on the leaves and falls in slow and heavy drops. The tiny luminous patches guide our way through the darkening woods, and they shimmer like small stars fallen upon the roots of the ancient mountain slumber. The granite boulders are covered in a layer of lichen that looks like pale green lace, and the patterns on the stone are as intricate and as old as the rings of the trees that stand guard over the silent valley. We move through the forest as if we are walking through a dream where the only reality is the texture of the bark and the sound of the water and the feeling of the cool, damp air against our faces. The massive roots provide a gentle step for our weary feet, and we are carried onward by the steady hands of the ancient and welcoming earth. The roots of the ancient cedars reach out across the path, and they are covered in a soft layer of moss that hides the strength of the wood, while the trees themselves stand as silent witnesses to the passing of time. The light fades a little more, and the shapes of the trees grow softer and less distinct as everything settles into the quiet dark that has been gathering in the ravines and the hollows of the forest floor. The river is still there, and still moving in its slow and familiar way over the same smooth stones where the water catches the last of the light and carries it downstream through the quiet and hidden valley. The slow ticking of the ancient forest replaces the rushing hours of the bright day and leaves us resting in the eternal calm of the present moment. The sound of the water reaches you from a long way off as something you have always known and will go on knowing while the forest continues its unhurried growth in the silence of the high mountain. The trees and the moss and the stones and the air are all part of the same and single story that is being told in the dark. And the words are as slow and as quiet as the falling rain on the leaves. You remain perfectly still in the quiet warmth and allow the deep stillness of the forest to wash over you as the world outside continues its slow rotation in the dark, and the last thread of thought falls away. The rhythmic swaying lulls the mind into a state of deep calm as we watch the ancient and gentle giants exhale the sweet mist into the twilight. The ancient giants are all around us in the mist, and they are breathing with a slow and steady rhythm that is as old as the island itself, and as deep as the roots that hold the mountain in place. The air is still, and the world is quiet, and the only thing left is the movement of the clouds as they drift through the branches of the trees and disappear into the white and silent dark. We wrap our coats a little tighter and welcome the soothing darkness as it hums a low, steady song through the broad needles of the Yakushima. The moss and the bark and the water and the mist are all fading into a single and soft gray that holds the memory of the light and the promise of the morning that is still a long and quiet way off. The trees are standing in the dark, and they are waiting for the sun to return to the high slopes, while the forest remains as still and as peaceful as the heart of the mountain itself in the quiet night. The heavy quiet drapes over the low ferns and the damp moss as the last pale rays of the afternoon sun fade softly into the thick clouds. The journey upward continues in the silence of the mind, and the path is as clear and as steady as the sound of the river as it moves through the valley and carries the story of the forest to the sea. The green world is closing around us, and the light is almost gone, while the silence of the high forest remains as a deep and comforting presence that will stay with us until the morning comes again. The ancient life of the island is all around us, and it moves with the same unhurried rhythm as the clouds and the water and the roots that hold the mountain together in the long dark of the night. The mist arrives now without any sound at all, and it settles over the high canopy like a soft and heavy blanket that hides the tops of the ancient trees and turns the world into a single shade of quiet and directionless gray-white light. The pale and heavy white fog hovers softly over the mossy stones, and the quiet path as we slowly make our long way toward the oldest cedar tree. You can feel the cool and fresh moisture collecting gently on your sleeves, while the endless dampness settles into the hollow valleys and softens the sharp edges of the boulders. You can watch as the edges of the cedar branches begin to blur into the pale air, and the green of the moss deepens into a color so rich and so dark that it seems to hold all the moisture and all the ancient history of the mountain. The damp air smells of ancient earth and resting ferns as the clouds descend to wrap the towering trunks in a seamless veil of pale silver. The air carries the sharp and cold scent of cedar resin and damp earth, while the silence of the forest becomes even more complete as the clouds descend further into the ravines and the narrow valleys that lie far below us now. We walk in a slow and mindful rhythm while the mist thickens, and the heavy canopy overhead disappears completely into the quiet wash of low clouds. Every breath draws in the clean and vital essence of the wilderness, and it fills your lungs with a deep peace that matches the sleeping landscape. There is a particular weight to the air when the clouds sit on the canopy like this, and it feels as though the forest is holding its breath while it waits for the rain to arrive and for the world to go quiet and still. You can feel the coolness of the mist on your skin as it moves between the trees, and it is a sensation that is both fresh and ancient at the same time, as if the island is sharing its own long and secret life with you. The hushed atmosphere brings a heavy calm to your mind as the path winds higher and deeper into the emerald heart of this timeless mountain sanctuary. The light is directionless and soft because the sky has disappeared behind the veil of the shifting clouds, and there are no shadows left to mark the passage of time or the direction of the path that we are following today. We move without haste, and the soft moss beneath our boots cushions every step while the ancient forest continues to rest in profound and endless stillness. Everything has become a study in green and gray, and the textures of the bark and the moss are more vivid now that the bright light of the sun has been replaced by the gentle and uniform glow of the mountain mist. The delicate fronds of the ferns hold tiny droplets of condensation that gleam like miniature stars scattered across the dark and fertile floor of the woods. The rain begins as a soft and steady rhythm that you hear long before you feel it, because the thick layers of leaves and moss high above us absorb the water before it can ever reach the ground where we are standing. The initial whispers of the shower blend with the gentle rustle of the cedar needles as the high branches sway slowly in the cooling mountain breeze. It is a sound like 1,000 small and patient hands brushing against the forest, and it fills the space between the trees with a low and constant murmur that feels as old as the island itself and as steady as the mountain. You listen to the soothing patter above, and the sound lulls you into a state of deep relaxation while the forest drinks the falling sky. The The first drops that finally make it through the canopy are heavy and cold, and they land on the moss without making any sound at all, because the green carpet is so thick and so soft that it swallows every sound. The deep green carpets of moss are completely saturated, and they offer a welcoming bed for the slow accumulation of the nourishing and peaceful rainfall. You can watch how the water beads on the surface of the emerald moss before it sinks into the deep layers of peat and roots that have been building up for thousands of years in the shadow of the cedars. The cool moisture seeps into the ancient bark, and it darkens the wood, while the sweet aroma of damp earth rises slowly from the forest floor. We stand in the center of the green world and listen to the silence that is not really silence at all, and is instead the sound of the forest absorbing the moisture and the rain that falls on every surface of the mountain. The heavy droplets cascade from the curved tips of the broad leaves, and they fall with a rhythmic tapping that echoes softly through the dim woods. The cedar bark turns a deep and rich red as it grows wet, and the deep ridges of the wood hold the water in small and silver channels that run down the length of the trunk and into the earth below us. The slow trickles of water trace paths along the deeply grooved trunks, and they gather in the small hollows where the emerald moss grows thickest. The sound of the forest has changed now that the rain is falling, and it is a more complex and layered music that comes from the different heights of the canopy and the various textures of the leaves and the bark. The smell of the wet cedar resin is stronger now, and it mixes with the scent of the cold granite and the damp moss to create an air that feels thick and nourishing in your lungs as you breathe. The pure and unfiltered air carries a sense of profound calm that washes over your tired thoughts and leaves only the tranquil sensation of the present. There are small streams beginning to form in the ravines, and the amber-tinted water flows quickly over the smooth granite stones, while the sound of the moving river grows louder and more persistent in the quiet and misty afternoon. The murmuring water creates a soothing lullaby that resonates in the deep woods, and it invites your mind to drift peacefully along the winding forest path. The water is as clear as the air, and it carries the stories of the high peaks down to the sea, while the forest remains as a silent and steady witness to the passage of the rain and the ancient mountain. We walk along the wooden trail boards that are slick with the rain and watch how the water pools in the hollows of the roots and the crevices of the stones where the granite is smooth and dark and cold. The slick wood of the walkway reflects the muted light of the sky, while the endless rain continues to nourish the ancient life of the island. The temperature is dropping as we move higher into the cloud zone, and you can see your own breath in the air as a pale and fleeting mist that joins the larger and more permanent clouds that surround the island. The chill in the air feels crisp and revitalizing, and it wraps around you like a protective cloak while we journey further into the sacred grove. The moss is glowing now with a light that seems to come from inside the green fibers, and it is the brightest thing in the forest, while the rest of the world fades into the soft and uniform gray of the clouds. The vibrant and living green of the forest floor contrasts with the endless gray above, as the gentle shower transforms the mountain into a watery dream. The sound of the wind in the high canopy reaches the forest floor as a low and muffled murmur that sounds like the distant ocean, or the slow and rhythmic breathing of a giant that has been sleeping for many hundreds of years. The steady susurration of the wind blends completely with the rainfall, and it creates a sweeping harmony that sweeps away any remaining tension in your body. The tension in your shoulders begins to release as you listen to the steady falling of the rain and the slow and patient movement of the clouds through the branches of the ancient and noble trees that stand all around. You breathe out slowly and let the soothing rhythm of the falling water carry your awareness down into a deep and completely untroubled state of rest. There are trees here that have seen 10,000 storms like this one, and they remain as patient as the stone beneath them, while the rain continues to fall on the moss and the bark and the long green slopes of the mountain. The venerable giants of the forest stand motionless in the dimming light, and they offer their quiet strength to the passing storm and the darkening sky. The moisture in the air is so thick that it feels like you are walking through water, and the forest is a place that is neither entirely land nor entirely sea, and is instead a beautiful world that exists in the mist. The dampness clings to your clothes and your skin, and it feels like a gentle embrace from the living ecosystem that thrives in this remote place. The green world is soaking in the rain, and the water is being held in the millions of small and delicate leaves, and the thick and springy cushions of the moss that cover every inch of the forest floor today. You can hear the occasional creak of a large limb as it moves in the wind, and the sound is a reminder of the massive weight of the trees and the deep and powerful strength of the roots in the mountain. The slow shifting of the ancient wood groans softly in the mist, and the deep vibrations ground you in the magnificent permanence of the quiet earth. Everything is deepening in color, and the deep green and gray-green of the layered moss is so vivid that it seems to pulse with its own quiet life in the dim light of the rainy afternoon. The twilight deepens the shadows beneath the wide branches, while the gentle rain persists in a slow and methodical cadence that lulls the world to sleep. The sound of the rising streams is a constant and comforting presence that follows us as we walk, and it is a reminder of the endless cycle of the water and the mountain and the ancient life of the cedars. The babbling currents sing a wordless song as they carve their way through the granite and the roots and flow endlessly toward the unseen ocean below. The light is fading a little more as the clouds grow thicker, and the shadows of the large cedars are long and soft as they stretch across the path and into the green shade of the ancient forest. The surrounding trees become dark silhouettes against the heavy mist, and the evening settles over the mountain with a gentle and absolute sense of lasting peace. You are part of the forest now, and the rain is part of you, and there is nothing else that you need to do or anywhere else that you need to be except here in the quiet and the gray mist. The separation between your breathing and the breath of the wind fades away entirely as you surrender to the timeless rhythm of the ancient and mossy woods. The ancient trees are all around us, and they are as quiet as the stones beneath them, while the mountain breathes with the rain and the mist and the long silence of the night. The world is dissolving into the mist, and the sound of the water is the only thing that remains as a steady and comforting guide through the long and quiet hours of the night that is waiting for us all. The deep calm of the forest holds you securely as the endless rain continues to fall. The darkness arrives softly, and it folds over the canopy and the moss to bring a long and dreamless sleep to the mountain and to you. The wooden path gently levels out as the high plateau opens into a shallow breath. You step forward slowly upon the damp boards while the heavy mountain incline finally fades into nothing. The mist gathers low around the final stairs where the long climb reaches an empty calm. The wooden slats feel soft beneath your feet, and the sweet air grows very thin. You leave the steep trail behind as the high elevation holds you in a quiet suspension. The steady rhythm of your walking slows to a gentle pause until there is nothing left to climb. The deep forest breathes in a pale white rhythm while the ancient wooden walkway gently ends. You stand at the soft threshold of the deepest sanctuary, where the moss absorbs all sound. Everything is settling into a wide and gentle space as the long journey dissolves into arrival. The Jomon Sugi reveals itself slowly through the shifting clouds as a massive wall of ancient red-brown bark. The ancient trunk rises into the white sky, and the sheer scale is something the eyes see while the mind simply rests. It measures 16 meters and 40 centimeters around the base, and this vast circumference creates a profound shadow. This massive form feels more like a mountain than a living thing, while deep furrows in the wood track the passing seasons. Thousands of winters and summers remain held within a single vertical line that reaches upward into the fog. The red cedar stands as a silent testament to empty time while the swirling mist washes over the heavy roots. You feel the immense gravity of the ancient tree as it pulls the surrounding quiet into its silent center. The tree stands behind the railing at a distance that clarifies its true shape, and you remain perfectly still. The pale mist moves between the ancient branches, and the high canopy carries 23 different kinds of plants. These green epiphytes grow upon the heavy limbs and find their soft life in the ancient wood. The wind breathes through the cedar needles and connects the damp earth to the pale and empty sky. You listen to the sound of the wind as it hums a low note through the hollows of the trunk. There is no urgency here while the silent plants drink the delicate moisture from the passing clouds. You stand in the viewing area and let the sheer magnitude of the cedar wash over your tired senses. The branches spread outward like wide rivers of wood as the high canopy vanishes into the white overhead. Some people say the tree is 7,000 years old, while others believe it has stood for only 2 millennia. The exact number matters less than the heavy weight of time that hangs in the still and silent air. This quiet weight fills the empty space between the massive roots and the heavy clouds that drift above. Time loses its meaning here as the centuries collapse into a single continuous breath that flows through the leaves. You release the human need to understand the numbers and allow the immense age to simply exist before you. The past and the future dissolve into the steady present where the ancient cedar breathes in the cool mist. Your mind empties out the human measurement of hours and years, while the deep forest hums its timeless tone. You watch the way the soft light catches the silver lichen on the massive trunk and feel the deep stillness. The mountain air wraps around your tired shoulders, while the tree remains exactly as it has always been. The deep forest holds the quiet memory of every storm and every season in its vast and silent heart. Soft patches of green and silver cling to the rough bark as the muted daylight shifts through the canopy. The damp lichen forms intricate maps of nowhere, while your heavy eyes trace the slow paths of pale color. Everything stands in a perfect balance of light and shadow as the mist softly diffuses the quiet morning glow. The calm air feels cool and heavy with moisture, while the silver patterns glow against the dark and ancient red. The great cedar becomes an entire world where soft green moss covers every exposed surface in a thick velvet blanket. Clear water drips slowly from the heavy needles and falls into the damp earth with a hollow and gentle rhythm. A hidden stream flows somewhere out of sight, and its low murmur blends with the whisper of the high branches. You watch a single heavy drop of water gather on a fern frond before it releases into the empty air. The mist sustains this vertical landscape, where tiny leaves uncurl in the protective shadow of the massive wooden trunk. Deep hollows in the ancient would cradle small pools of rain, while the roots stretch outward like sleeping giants. The entire green ecosystem hums with a slow and rhythmic breathing as the great tree anchors the drifting world. The firm boundaries of your own presence begin to loosen as the deep texture of the bark fills your vision. The rich scent of ancient cedar drifts on the silent wind and wraps around you in a soothing, heavy layer. You feel very small in the presence of something so eternal, and this smallness brings a profound and empty relief. The edges of your lingering thoughts soften and blur, while the massive tree stands as the only solid thing remaining. You breathe in the cool dampness and softly exhale the tension that has carried you up the long mountain trail. The surrounding forest absorbs your quiet exhalations as you slowly blend into the muted colors of the wood and leaves. Your physical form feels light and completely untethered, while the roots of the Jomon Sugi grip the ancient stone beneath. The trailing thoughts that brought you here are unraveling softly and falling away into the quiet and completely empty air. The fading space they left behind is smoothly filled with the presence of the tree and the movement of clouds. White mist weaves slow patterns between the dark branches as the visible world gently dissolves into a pale, quiet haze. Logic and waking memory slip away like water over smooth stones while your mind floats in the cool, formless vapor. You watch the heavy fog erase the distant trees until only the central mass of the great cedar remains visible. The pale white sky descends to touch the damp earth, and the empty space inside your mind mirrors the blank horizon. Nothing requires your tired attention anymore, as the unraveling thoughts drift quietly into the wide and silent expanse of the mountain. You linger in the perfect stillness as the fading memory of the long climb completely dissolves from your heavy limbs. A deep and profound quiet fills the space where your busy thoughts used to be and leaves you gently hollow. You are part of the vast stillness now, and the pure quiet of the ancient forest becomes your own quiet. The Jomon Sugi remains exactly as it has for thousands of years, and will for thousands more in the deep. The quiet mountain and the mist and the dark fold around you like a heavy blanket woven from silence and rain. Every breath you take draws the ancient peace deeper into your chest, while the waking world outside simply ceases entirely. There is absolutely nothing left to achieve, and nowhere left to walk as you rest in the center of the woods. Everything is as it should be, and the ancient trees stand quietly in the mist and the rain. The damp moss and the heavy roots drink the silver moisture while the island goes on in its own time. You are part of the deep silence now, and part of the steady sleep that has finally arrived. The great tree fades into the pale white fog as your heavy eyelids close gently over the ancient image. Nothing remains as the slow breath of the cedar and the endless peace of deep sleep gently hold you. You're seeing the way the lichen grows in small and delicate circles across the face of the granite boulders that line the narrow trail toward the heart of the island. The sound of the water has disappeared into the distance, and the only thing remaining is the soft brushing of your steps against the moss and the quiet of the mountain. The branches of the skeleton trees reach out like silver fingers toward the gray sky, and the mist clings to the needles of the younger cedars that grow in the shadows. You're finding a sense of peace in the simplicity of the climb, and the way the forest reveals its ancient secrets through the patterns of the bark and the stones. The cold air moves slowly through the valley and carries the moisture of the sea as it rises toward the high ridges where the oldest trees wait in the silence. The skeleton trees are a reminder that the core of the living thing can endure the harshest storms as long as the foundation remains rooted in the deep and ancient earth. You're watching the light change from silver to a deep and quiet gray as the afternoon fades and the shadows begin to stretch across the mossy floor of the forest. The granite peaks are hidden within the clouds, and the world feels small and enclosed within the circle of the ancient cedars and the soft and drifting mountain mist. You're noticing how the air feels thicker and more still as you approach the high plateau where the oldest tree in the forest has lived for many thousands of years. The path winds through the narrow gaps between the massive stones, and the air is filled with the sound of the wind as it moves through the silver branches above. The skeleton trees stand as witnesses to the passing of time and the cycles of the mountain, while the moss grows thicker and greener in the cool and damp air. You're feeling the steady beat of your heart as you reach the level ground of the plateau, and the mist begins to thin and reveal the massive shape ahead. The ancient cedar, known as the Jomon Sugi, waits in the stillness of the high ridge, and the forest remains silent as you walk toward the end of your journey. The silver bark of the skeleton trees is smooth to the touch, and the cold wood feels solid and strong beneath the thin layer of moisture from the mountain mist. You're seeing the way the forest has preserved its oldest members by allowing the storms to take what is no longer needed while protecting the vital and inner spirit within. The world of the lower forest has vanished, and the only things that remain are the granite and the cedar and the slow and steady movement of your own breath. The mist swirls around the massive trunks, and the shadows of the ancient branches create a world of silver and green and deep and quiet stillness in the air. You're finding that the cold air is refreshing and clean as it fills your lungs, and the scent of the damp earth is a constant presence in the quiet forest. The skeleton trees are like silent guardians of the path, and the silver wood glows with a soft and inner light that seems to come from the heart of the mountain. The ancient cedars have weathered the typhoons by shedding their leaves and branches, while the core remains flexible and strong enough to withstand the power of the heavy winds. You're noticing how the silence of the high ridges is different from the silence of the valley as the air is thinner, and the world feels much more distant. The moss clings to the granite stones in thick and heavy carpets of green, and the roots of the trees weave through the rocks in search of the deep earth. You're seeing the first glimpse of the massive and ridged trunk of the Jomon Sugi as it rises from the mist, and the forest settles into a perfect stillness. The journey through the silver wood has brought you to this place of absolute quiet, where the oldest tree in the world stands alone in the middle of the mountain. You're standing on the wooden platform at the very end of the trail, where the forest has grown thin, and the air is cold and white with mist. The mist moves through the branches of the ancient trees with a slow and steady rhythm, and the sound of the wind is a low and distant murmur. Directly ahead of you is the oldest cedar, and it rises from the steep ground like a mountain of weathered wood and deep emerald moss that has no end. You're watching the light catch the edges of the ridges in the bark, and the shadows between them are as deep as small canyons in the ancient stone. The trunk is so wide that it would take 10 people to reach around it, and the measurement of 16 meters is only a number in the quiet air. The bark is a rich red-brown color where the rain has touched it, and it fades into a pale silver gray where the wood has been exposed for centuries. You're noticing the way the tree hosts other lives, and there are 23 different species of plants growing directly from its ancient and heavy limbs as it remains. Small rowan trees and delicate rhododendrons find their home in the hollows of the bark, and their roots reach into the dust and the moss of the cedar. These epiphytes live their entire lives in the canopy, and they never touch the ground because the tree provides everything they need to survive in the high mist. The green of the moss is a deep and saturated color that seems to glow from within, while the white mist drifts slowly past the dark and heavy branches. You're standing in the presence of a living thing that was already old when the civilizations of the world were just beginning to find their way in the dark. The question of how old this tree is remains open, and the estimates shift from 2,000 years to over 7,000, depending on the scholar you ask. Because the center of the tree has returned to the earth, it is impossible to count the rings, and the age exists as a beautiful and quiet mystery. The tree has endured the typhoons and the heavy snows of the high mountains for so long that the measurement of time itself begins to feel very thin. You're letting that mystery sit in the air around you while the mist continues to drift through the branches, and the forest remains perfectly and completely still. Isolation is the reason this tree still stands, because the ground here is so steep, and the wood is so irregular that no one could use it for building. The trees that were straight and easy to reach were taken long ago, while this twisted and massive giant was left alone in the high and quiet cloud. Preservation often happens in the places that are hardest to reach, and the difficulty of the climb is what kept the ancient forest safe for us to see. The remote nature of the mountain and the constant rain have created a sanctuary where the oldest things can remain exactly as they have always been for us. A forest ranger used to walk this trail every single day for 15 years, and he would spend an hour each morning just looking at the giant tree. He said that every day the tree looked different to him, and he began to record the subtle shifts in the light and the way the moss changed. The ranger noticed how the shadows moved across the ridged bark, and how the mist would would settle into the deep hollows of the trunk during the long afternoons. He eventually realized that the tree was not changing at all, and it was his own mind that was shifting as he stood in the quiet and heavy presence. The tree was a mirror for his own life, and the stillness he found here was a reflection of the quiet he was learning to hold inside himself. You're leaning against the smooth wooden railing, and the coldness of the damp air is a refreshing weight against your skin as you remain perfectly still now. The sound of a single drop of water falling from a high leaf onto the moss below is the only thing that breaks the silence of the morning. Everything here is additive, and the layers of green and gray and brown build upon each other until the world feels full and quiet and very safe. The forest at this altitude is a world of bone-white skeleton trees and deep emerald moss, and the contrast is a gentle and peaceful sight to see today. You're watching a small bird move between the branches of a nearby fir, and its movements are so slow that it seems to be part of the mist. The path back down the mountain is there, but for now you are here, and the presence of the oldest tree is a heavy and comforting weight. You're breathing in the scent of wet wood and ancient moss, and the air is so clean that it feels like it is washing through you as you stand. It still is. The tree remains in its high and hidden valley, and the rain continues to fall on the same moss as it has for thousands of years without end. You're settling into the quiet that lives between these ancient trees, and the feeling of the wood beneath you is a solid and steady support for you. The mist is growing thicker now, and the shape of the giant tree begins to soften and blur until it is just a dark shadow in the white. The last thread of thought unravels softly and falls away into the dark, and the world of the ancient forest is all that remains in your mind. You remain still in the quiet warmth, and the last of the light fades from the edges of the room as everything settles into the patient dark. The weight of your body is a pleasant and steady sensation, and the rhythm of your breath is like the slow movement of the mist through the trees. The stillness of the oldest tree is the same stillness that is moving through you now, and you are part of the quiet world that remains forever. You're standing on the weathered wooden platform, and the solid grain of the cedar planks feels steady beneath your feet, while the cool mist moves softly across your skin and hair. The ancient tree rises before you in the dim light, and the deep ridges of the bark look like mountain ranges where the green moss grows in silent and steady rivers. You're resting in the quiet space where the time of the tree and the time of the forest meet, and the rhythm of your breath is slow and calm. The massive trunk of the Jomon Sugi is so wide that it seems like a wall of living stone, and the silver lichen catches the fading light in the high branches. You're looking up at the canopy, where 23 different species of plants grow upon the ancient limbs, and the small ferns sway gently in the moving air of the island. The seeds of rowan trees and smaller cedars have found a home in the thick moss high above the ground, and they live their entire lives in the cradle of the giant. You're watching the way the mist swirls around the middle of the trunk, and the ancient wood appears to breathe as the white clouds move through the deep green forest. The weight of the years is a physical presence in the air, and the silence of the woods is thick and heavy like the layers of moss on the granite stones. You're feeling the stillness of the platform and the way the forest floor disappears into the white mist, while the sound of the distant water carries softly on the wind. The age of the great tree is a mystery that the forest keeps to itself, and the numbers like 2,000 or 7,000 years begin to lose their meaning. Scientists have tried to measure the life of the cedar, but the center of the tree is a hollow space where the oldest wood has returned to the earth long ago. The tree is an empty vessel of time that continues to grow from the outside, and the living layers of wood are like the pages of a book written in a language of rain. You're drifting into a state of quiet wonder as you realize that the tree was already ancient when the first cities were built, and it will remain when they are gone. The lichen on the bark is a pale silver color, and it grows in circular patterns that look like the maps of stars in the deep and silent night sky. A forest ranger has stood on this platform every single day for 15 years. And he says that the tree looks different every time he looks at the massive trunk. He believes the tree does not change at all, but rather the person who is looking at the wood is the one who is different each time they stand in the mist. The tree is a mirror for the soul, and the quiet strength of the cedar moves into your mind as you watch the way the light fades from the forest. You're becoming part of the slow history of the island, and the movement of your thoughts is like the slow growth of the moss on the ancient granite rocks. The light on the island is a soft and filtered silver, and it reflects off the wet surfaces of the leaves and the smooth stones of the forest floor. The water of the island is everywhere, and it moves through the air as mist and through the ground as clear streams that flow over the ancient roots of the trees. You're listening to the sound of the droplets falling from the high branches, and the rhythm of the water is a steady and peaceful song in the quiet afternoon. The ancient cedar has survived the great storms and the shifting of the earth, and it stands now in a state of perfect and patient grace in the middle of the woods. The branches reach out like long arms, and they are covered in a thick blanket of green life that has taken centuries to grow and settle into the wood. You're watching the way the ferns at the base of the tree move in the slight breeze, and the green fronds look like feathers in the dim and silver light. The story of the oldest tree is a story of isolation and preservation, because the steep mountains and the heavy rains have kept the modern world far away. The granite heart of the island is the foundation for the forest, and the roots of the trees have wrapped themselves around the stone in a tight and eternal grip. You're feeling the solidness of the earth beneath the platform, and the way the mountain rises up into the mist while the forest stretches out in every direction. The mind loosens its hold on the details of the day, and the only thing that remains is the presence of the tree and the slow movement of the white clouds. The weight of the ancient wood is a grounding force, and the stillness of the trunk is a reminder that there is no need to rush or to move at all. You're settling into the deep and patient time of the cedar, and the rhythm of the forest is the only rhythm that your mind needs to follow now. The epiphyte gardens in the high canopy are hidden worlds of their own, and the small flowers bloom and fade without ever touching the dark soil of the forest floor. The life of the tree is a layered and complex thing that involves the birds and the insects and the microscopic creatures that live in the silver lichen and moss. You're imagining the way the tree looks in the middle of the night when the moon is hidden by the clouds, and the forest is a world of pure shadow. The ancient cedar is a silent witness to the passing of the seasons, and the way the rain turns to snow and back to rain in a cycle that never ends. The silver light on the trunk is growing dimmer now, and the shapes of the other trees begin to merge into the general darkness of the deep and quiet woods. You're remaining on the platform as the world softens, and the last of the visual details fade away into the gray and white mist of the island evening. The memory of the tree is a steady and comforting thought, and the way the bark feels in your mind is like the texture of a dream that is slow and deep. The thickness of the air is a pleasant sensation, and the smell of the damp earth and the cedar wood is a rich and grounding scent in the quiet room. You're floating in the space between the forest and the dream, and the transition is as smooth and as natural as the movement of the mist through the trees. The oldest tree is a monument to the power of staying still, and the way it has endured for thousands of years is a testament to the strength of patience. The lichen continues to catch the last of the light, and the patterns of the silver growth are the last things you see before the forest returns to the dark. You're letting the image of the Jomon Sugi settle into the center of your mind. and the quiet power of the ancient wood is a peaceful and steady weight. The forest is a place where time moves differently, and the years are measured by the thickness of the moss and the slow expansion of the cedar rings. The ancient wood is a vessel for the memory of the island, and the history of the rain and the wind is recorded in the deep ridges of the dark bark. You're drifting further into the stillness of the night, and the sound of the forest is a low and steady hum that moves through the quiet and empty air. The platform is a small island in the middle of a sea of green, and the wood beneath your feet is a solid connection to the life of the ancient forest. The mist is a blanket that covers the world, and the silence is a gift that the island gives to those who are willing to stand and wait in the quiet light. You're watching the way the shadows grow longer, and the deep green of the moss turns to a dark and velvety black in the fading light of the afternoon. The story of the tree is a story of survival, and the way it has found a way to live on the steep granite slopes is a miracle of adaptation and strength. The roots have found their way into the cracks of the stone, and they have held on through the centuries of wind and the heavy weight of the winter snows. You're feeling the endurance of the cedar in your own body, and the way your muscles are heavy and relaxed is a reflection of the stillness of the ancient wood. The silver lichen is like a dusting of frost on the dark bark, and it glows with a faint and inner light as the sun disappears behind the high mountain peaks. The birds in the canopy have fallen silent, and the only sound is the occasional drip of water from a leaf or the soft rustle of the wind in the high branches. You're part of the quiet transition from the day to the night, and the way the world settles into the dark is a beautiful and natural process of release. The ancient tree will be there when the sun rises again, and it will continue to stand in the mist for centuries after this moment has passed into the dark. The permanence of the cedar is a comfort to the mind, and the knowledge that something so old and so stable exists is a grounding and peaceful thought. You're letting go of the need to understand the exact number of the years, and you are accepting the weight of the time as a physical and heavy sensation. The tree is a bridge between the earth and the sky, and the way it reaches up into the white mist is a symbol of the connection between the ground and the air. The epiphyte species are like small jewels that are hidden in the folds of the bark, and they add their own quiet life to the story of the ancient cedar. You're seeing the way the forest is a single and unified thing, where every plant and every stone is part of a larger and more complex world of green. The mist is moving closer now, and it begins to wrap around the edges of the platform. And the shape of the trunk is a dark and solid shadow in the white. The last of the thoughts about the world outside the forest are fading away, and the only thing that remains is the presence of the oldest tree in the woods. You're sinking into the deep and quiet layers of the dream, and the rhythm of the forest is the same as the rhythm of your own slow and steady heart. The silver lichen is the last detail to disappear, and the darkness of the night is a warm and welcome presence that covers the island in a blanket of peace. The ancient wood is a silent guardian of the night, and the stillness of the cedar is a mirror for the stillness that is moving through your entire body now. You're drifting in the quiet, and the dark and the memory of the oldest tree is a steady and peaceful light that guides you into the deep and silent sleep. The granite stones are cold and steady in the dark, and the roots of the trees continue to hold on to the earth in a way that is patient and forever. The island of Yakushima is a world of water and wood, and the ancient forest is a place where the secrets of the past are kept in the silence of the moss. You're settling into the final and deepest layer of the story, and the movement of the mist is the final and most peaceful sensation in the quiet and dark room. The tree is a mountain, and the mountain is a tree, and the boundary between the two is as soft and as blurred as the edge of a cloud in the high sky. The ancient cedar is a dream of the earth, and the way it stands in the quiet forest is a reminder that there is a place where time is slow and steady. You're reaching the end of the journey through the woods, and the presence of the Jomon Sugi is a final and lasting image of peace and enduring strength. The silver light has faded, and the mist has covered the forest, and the world of the ancient tree is now a world of pure and silent and peaceful dark. The weight of your body is a pleasant and steady sensation, and the rhythm of your breath is like the slow movement of the clouds through the high branches. You're falling into the deep and patient time of the forest, and the stillness of the oldest tree is the same stillness that remains with you now and forever. The ancient wood is a quiet companion in the dark, and the memory of the silver lichen is a soft and fading spark in the depth of the peaceful and silent night. The forest of Yakushima is a world of green and gray, and the oldest tree is the heart of the island that beats with a slow and steady and eternal rhythm. You're resting in the quiet warmth of the room, and the forest is a distant and peaceful memory that fades into the soft and welcoming dark of the deep sleep. The silence of the trees is a complete and perfect thing, and the way the wood has endured through the centuries is a story that has no need for words. The ancient cedar remains in the mist, and the darkness of the island is a place where the time of the trees is the only time that matters anymore. You're drifting into the final and most peaceful state of being, and the stillness of the oldest tree is the final and most steady anchor in the quiet. The light is gone, and the mist is thick, and the forest is a world of shadow and silence where the ancient cedar stands in a state of perfect and eternal rest. The movement of the island is a slow and steady thing, and the roots of the tree are part of the granite heart that remains forever in the deep dark. You're falling into the dream of the forest, and the presence of the oldest tree is a quiet and steady blessing that follows you into the silent night. You're turning now to follow the wooden path back through the mist, where the ancient branches of the cedar trees reach out into the gray-white air. The path leads you away from the great tree and into the quiet columns of the forest, where the light is soft and the air is cold. You're stepping carefully onto the damp boards of the trail as the moisture from the clouds settles on your skin and turns the moss into deep emerald. Every step takes you a little further down the mountain and closer to the hidden places where the forest grows thick and the wind is a murmur. You're watching the pale silver mist drift between the dark trunks of the trees, while the sounds of the high summit fade into a deep and heavy silence. The island holds its own quiet in the layers of green leaves and the ancient roots that reach deep into the dark and ancient soil of the mountain. You're feeling the texture of the gray-green lichen on the bark of the trees as you pass through the narrow gaps where the forest is most dense. The branches are draped in the same soft and mossy patterns that have been growing here for centuries, and the world feels small and very safe and quiet. You're hearing the sound of the wind moving through the highest needles of the cedar trees, while the ground beneath your feet remains perfectly and completely still. The mountain is a massive and solid presence in the middle of the sea, and the forest is a living skin that covers the granite slopes and the stones. You're descending into the thick layer of clouds where the moisture clings to the emerald needles and drips slowly onto the damp and quiet forest floor. Every leaf is a collector of water, and the air is filled with the scent of pine and cedar and the cold and ancient mountain rain. You're moving down the stairs that have been carved into the granite stones where the moss has covered every surface in a soft and springy layer of green. The steps are wet, and the stone is smooth, and the world is a series of slow and measured movements through the quiet and misty air. You're listening to the sound of the mountain stream as it begins to rise from the ravine below and carries the cold water toward the distant sea. The water moves over the smooth gray rocks and finds its way through the narrow gaps where the ferns are dripping with the slow and steady rain. You're walking through the middle forest, now where the shadows of the giant cedar stumps stretch across the trail, and the world feels old and still. The wood of the stumps is a deep red-brown, and the lichen has covered the bark in patterns of silver and gold that glow in the soft light. You're touching the ridged and ancient bark of the living trees that were already tall when the stumps were young, and the world was very different. The trees are silent witnesses to the passing of the seasons and the slow growth of the forest that has continued for more than 4,000 years. You're noticing the air grow warmer as you descend into the lower valleys, where the humidity of the coast begins to touch the emerald needles of the trees. The scent of damp earth and cedar wood is thick in the quiet air, and the forest seems to breathe in a slow and rhythmic way around you. You're passing through the groves of younger trees where the green is vibrant, and the light is filtered through the canopy in soft and shifting patterns. The forest is layered in shades of emerald and lime, and the shadows are deep and cool and filled with the quiet of the afternoon. The clear river flows under the wooden bridge, while the amber water pools between the granite stones, and the light reflects off the silver and moving surface. The sound of the river is a low and comforting drone that fills the spaces between the trees and makes the forest feel perfectly and completely whole. The water swirls around the smooth white stones where the current is slow, and the surface is as clear as the cold and quiet mountain air. The river is a thread of light that connects the high summit to the dark sea and carries the quiet of the forest down into the world. A glimpse of the dark sea appears through the screen of leaves as the trail winds around the edge of a deep and silent mountain ravine. The coast is a long way off, and the waves are a faint and rhythmic sound that enters the forest as a memory of the world outside. The soft ground of the lower trail is covered in springy moss that feels gentle under your feet as you walk through the shifting patterns of light. The light is filtered through the canopy in patches of yellow-green, and the world is settling into the quiet and patient energy of the late afternoon. The network of roots spreads across the forest floor and holds the soil against the steep granite slopes where the trees are anchored deep in the earth. The trees are anchored in the stone, and the forest is a single and connected thing that has survived the wind and the rain for thousands of years. The still air of the ravines is cool and damp, while the giant ferns remain unmoved by the wind that passes through the highest needles of the trees. The island continues to rise steeply from the sea, and the forest goes on in its own time and its own slow and beautiful way. The forest is a single and connected thing that has survived the wind and the rain for thousands of years, and it continues to grow in the silence. You're moving through the quiet layers of the island where the trees and the stones and the water are all part of the same and ongoing story. You're resting in the deep and patient stillness of the island as the afternoon fades and the shadows grow long across the mossy floor of the forest. The quiet that lives between those ancient trees is the same quiet that is settling over you now as you lie in your own still space. The island is a small and round world off the southern tip of Japan where the rain falls almost every day and the moss covers everything in green. The trees are standing in the mist, and the clouds are resting on the summit while the world outside the forest continues to move in a different way. The last of the light fades from the edges of the room while the island remains in the dark sea, and the trees stay perfectly and completely still. The same rain is falling on the same green moss, and the same wind is moving through the branches of the great tree on the mountain summit. You're drifting now into the soft and heavy silence where the thoughts of the forest and the thoughts of the world are the same slow thing. Everything is still, and everything is quiet, and you are part of the island and part of the trees and part of the deep and patient dark. The tree is standing in the mist, and the island is floating in the sea, and you are here in the quiet that has no end.